Good evening. Good evening, and wonderful to see so many smiling faces and a room full of buzz. And so good evening. The workshop meeting of the Tomball ISD Board of Trustees on Monday, February 10th, 2025 is called to order at 5:30 p.m. Central. For the record, a quorum of the board is present. All trustees are in attendance tonight. The meeting is being recorded in accordance with Government Code Section 551.128. The main purpose of tonight's meeting is to receive reports from the administration and review the business agenda for Tuesday night's regular meeting, tomorrow night's regular meeting. Any action regarding items on the business agenda will be taken at Tuesday's meeting, tomorrow's meeting. This meeting is a meeting of the Board of Trustees that is open to the public. However, it is not a meeting of the public. Public participation is limited to designated times during the meeting for citizen comment for those that have registered to speak in accordance with the board procedures. We ask for your cooperation in ensuring that the meeting runs in an orderly manner. I'll now turn the floor over to our Superintendent of Schools, Dr. Martha Salazar-Zamora, to proceed with recognitions.
Thank you so much, President Dr. Pratt, members of the board, those of you in the audience this evening. We certainly love to begin our meetings with recognitions of student and staff, and we have many students and staff to recognize, so let us begin. First, we would like to recognize for National School Counseling Week, Mr. Steve Shields, our Director of Guidance and Counseling, will talk to us about our incredible counselors that we are so fortunate to have here in Tomball ISD. Mr. Shields.
President Pratt, Dr. Zamora, Board of Trustees, please join me this evening in celebrating our extraordinary Tomball ISD counselors in honor of National School Counselors Week, which concluded on Friday. School counselors play a critical role in shaping the lives of our students, providing support, guidance, and resources that students need to thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. They are the advocates, champions, and trusted guides who help students navigate the challenges of growing up and plan for a future full of possibilities. This week, we honor their dedication to reflect on the profound impact that they make every day. Whether they are providing individual counseling, facilitating small groups, teaching guidance lessons, collaborating with teachers and families, or guiding students in course and program planning. Their influence resonates throughout our schools. Let me share some of the remarkable accomplishments this year by some numbers. 122 students have been referred to our partner, Clear Hope Counseling, where they have received counseling services fully funded by the Tomball Regional Health Foundation grant. 129 students have been referred to by counselors to Teach At, where the students receive virtual counseling also at no cost to families. 91 students and families have been referred to our new CAIS worker, who provides wraparound services to students and families who need multiple services. Our 8th grade counselors, in collaboration with our high school counselors and our amazing CTE counselors, have helped 1,143 8th graders develop 4-year plans with a declared CTE program of study in EduThings, our 4-year planning portal. 42 students have already completed their graduation requirements at Success Academy, where counselors play a pivotal role in identifying and referring students who are at risk of not graduating. Our high schools this year launched 3 Thriving Hope Squads, which convene weekly. There's 31 students in the Hope Squad at Tomball Memorial. There's 23 at Tomball High School and 21 at Tomball Star Academy. Finally, and most importantly, counselors have conducted 271 risk assessments for students reporting suicidal thoughts, ensuring these students receive the immediate care and support that they need. These numbers tell a powerful story of care, dedication, and unwavering commitment to student success and well-being. So tonight we recognize and celebrate these incredible professionals who work tirelessly to ensure that every student is safe, supported, and prepared to achieve their best futures, whether that includes college, career, or military service. Tomball ISD and myself are very proud to have counselors who exemplify excellence, compassion, and leadership. Thank you, counselors, for the difference you make every day in the lives of students and families. Happy National School Counselors Week. Now for the formal recognition, I'd like to invite each counselor present to come up front as I call your name. Alfred Jones from Tomball Memorial High School.
There he is.
Brenda Bessaril from Canyon Point Elementary.
Brenda.
Cindy Hamilton from Willow Creek Elementary. Erica Zeno from Tomball High School. Aaron Timelitz from Timber Creek Elementary. Jennifer Bro from Decker Prairie Elementary. Karen Smith from Tomball High School. Lachelle Nix from Tomball Memorial High School. Lauren Heinrich from Wildwood Elementary. Mark Floyd from Tomball Memorial High School. Did Nizer make it, Nizer? Okay. And Sherry Forsyth from Tomball Memorial High School. And finally, Stephanie Robinette from Grand Oaks Elementary. Oh, do you have someone? Oh, Yvonne.
Yay.
Now, if I tried to check to see if I miss anybody, please let me know. Okay.
Okay. Thank you to all of you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Thank you. I love your glasses, Erica. Those are beautiful. Thank you. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate all of this. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Appreciate you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Thank you, dear. Thank you so much. Thank you. I love it. The hearts, the red. Elementary counselor extraordinaire.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, dear.
Appreciate all you do.
Okay. So I have Thank you again to all of our incredible counselors. We are very grateful to have each and every one of you. Our next recognition is the Sons of American Revolution Texas State Chapter American History Teacher winner. Lauren Thompson, our Director of ELA, Social Studies and Academic Intervention, will give the recognition.
Thank you. President Pratt, Dr. Zamora, members of the board and cabinet, as well as guests, it is my honor for the second year in a row to highlight the accomplishments of one of our amazing 8th grade U.S. history teachers. Tonight, I would like to introduce and recognize Miss Montana Hart, 8th grade American history teacher at Grand Lakes Junior High. Ms. Hart is a fourth-year American history educator. All of those years, she has served Tomball ISD at Grand Lakes Junior High. Montana has been selected as the state winner of the Sons of the American Revolution American History Teacher Award. This honor is awarded to the top American history educator in the state who has distinguished themselves in teaching the history of the American Revolution. As the award winner, she will receive a professional educational opportunity at a national seminar at the Colonial Williamsburg Institute. There she will learn new strategies that she can bring back to her classroom and her students to increase and heighten, now we're gone, level of creativity and enthusiasm for the American Revolution era. As the state winner of the Texas State Chapter of the Sons of the American Revolution American History Teacher Contest, Mrs. Hart has an opportunity to compete with the winners from the other state chapters in the national chapter of the Sons of the American Revolution American History Teacher Contest. We know Montana will represent the state of Texas, and more specifically, Tomball ISD, at the highest level when competing nationally. Congratulations, Ms. Hart.
I don't know if you guys heard that, but the state of Texas finalist right here, folks.
Congratulations again, Montana. We know you will represent Texas well. All right, moving on. The Texas Presidential Awards for Excellence in Math and Science Teaching winner will be presented by Jennifer Adams, Director of Science and Robotics. So many exciting recognitions tonight.
Good evening, Dr. Get closer. Is that going to make it better? Okay. Good evening, Dr. Salazar Zamora, President Pratt, our distinguished board, and all of our guests. I would like to invite up right now Ms. Shatara White. Now, I have a little story about Ms. Shatara. Back in 2022, I said, hey, I really think you need to apply for the Presidential Award for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching. And she said, oh, I don't know, maybe. And she was teaching 6th grade. Well, she did. And she did a lot of things. She had to take a video of herself. She had to critique her video of her teaching science. She had to say, what would I do better? And then she had to submit it. And we had a bunch of other pieces of context that had to go with it. And she was one of 3 finalists for Texas from all of the different school districts. I was really, really excited because she was only at that time, we'd only had 2 other winners. And so I was very, very excited. So then the next step, now it's 2025. I know that's a long time away. But the National Science Association takes a long time to actually pick each state winner. So Shatara has now been chosen as the Texas state winner for the Presidential Award for Excellence in Mathematics Science Teaching. Now, let me tell you what that means. That means she's going to go to Washington, D.C. I don't know if they've told you when yet, but she's going to go to Washington, D.C., maybe this year, maybe next year, and she is going to be honored at the White House. And then they're also going to give her $10,000 to use however she chooses. So, I can tell you that Shatara is an amazing science teacher, which is now why she's working with all of the students at Tomball Intermediate School. So one more time, I would like to say congratulations to the Texas finalist for the Presidential Award for Excellence in Mathematics and Science Teaching.
Congratulations. Very proud of you. Congratulations. As you can see, Texas is very well represented. We are very excited to see you represent us. Now we have the District Science Fair winners, and again, Jennifer Adams will continue with all of our recognitions tonight.
Oh, I'm so excited because science fair is one of my favorite things in the entire world, for those of you who don't know that. So let me tell you a little bit about science fair. In the fall, all of our science fair coaches put up signs around the school saying, hey, come join science fair. It's for 3rd through 12th grade students. So in the fall, they started working on all of their projects. They started thinking about, what do I want to study? Do I want to do research? Do I want to build something? Do I want to engineer something? What is it that I want to do? And so their coaches worked with the kiddos. They came up with all of their ideas. And then by December, they started having their campus science fairs. And so we had lots of judges that went out to the campus science fairs and determined who were going to be the winners and who was going to go on to the district fair. So this year, we had over 190 students participate on their campus fairs, and we had a total of 85 students participate at the district science fair. Now, that was on January 11th. So this evening, I would like to bring up all of our district winners. Come on up to the front, as well as their coaches. All right, let their coaches help them get in line there. I know I've got more coaches than this here. I don't know where the rest of them went. All right, so I'd like to start with our honorable mention. Once I say your name, if you just step forward and then step back. From Creekside Forest, Riva Navaskar, Krishang Goel, and Ayan Kale. From Timber Creek Elementary, oh, and I forgot to say from Creekside Forest, their coach, Cecilia Loomis, she's down there. From Timber Creek, the coach, Michael Benson, and the students, honorable mention, Ignacio Falcon, Ellis Unser, Alvaro Lozano Artiega. From Willow Creek, Leo Burnett and Finn Schlafly. Now, our winners from the elementary division, 3rd place, Pravab Anand from North Point. And his coach was here. I saw her. I don't know. There she is, Emily Adams. There she is. She's way on the other end. I'm too short. I can't see that. 2nd place, Oliver Danbury and Alex Lowe from Creekside Forest Elementary. And 1st place, Jack Kibler and Rocio Garcia Rivera from Rose Hill Elementary and their coach, Claudia Lozano. And then our winners from our secondary division. In 3rd place, Blake Fletcher from North Point. 2nd place, Rowan Unser from Creekside Park Junior High. And 1st place, we had a tie. Rhea Singhal from Grand Lakes Junior High and Joseph Zychek from Grand Lakes Junior High. Now, this year we had one more category. We had our overall winner. I'd like to announce from Tomball High School, Sana Kale was our overall winner this year. Now, if you are a secondary student, that means you're in 6th grade through 12th grade and will be going to the Science and Engineering Fair of Houston this weekend, please step forward. These students have won the right, because they won at the district fair, to go forward to the Science and Engineering Fair of Houston and compete against hundreds of students. Now, in the past, our students have done really, really well. So after next week, I'll be able to tell you what they won. So if you'll please congratulate them and our coaches on a wonderful science fair.
Parents, step forward. Everybody hold what you got. Parents, step forward. Get those photos. Take your time. This is great photography. Great job.
Congratulations again to all of our young scientists, and good luck to those of you that will continue with competition. And thank you to our incredible teachers. The next item we have is a wonderful Tomball Education Foundation check presentation. We are so grateful for our TEF board members, and today I believe we have a few here. Bruce Hillegeist, and I think speaking will be Valerie Petrozelka and Christy McCoy. Our president, Christy McCoy, thank you for taking on that responsibility as Amanda Bass assumed her position here on the school board. We appreciated you before and even more now. Thank you so much. Valerie.
Okay. President Pratt, Dr. Zamora, members of the board, and cabinet and guests of the audience. On behalf of the Tomball Education Foundation, I am honored to bring you very wonderful news. The Tomball Education Foundation's mission is to develop and allocate resources to enrich, enhance, and maximize the quality of education for all students. Members from the community raise funds to provide opportunities for Tomball ISD staff to be supported with innovative, student-focused instruction. I just want to make sure if there are any other members of the Tomball Education Foundation, if you will please stand. Come forward.
No running.
There's a lot of hard work that goes into this, so they deserve to be recognized.
Oh, and Nisa. Sorry. We have some new board members here as well.
We do. Tomball ISD members can apply for a grant individually or in teams between June and October. Early in the spring, the grant selections are announced. The Tomball Education Foundation continues to grow with the numbers of members, Tomball staff participation, and awarded grants. Last year, we had the privilege to bring forward, thank you. Last year, we had 35 out of 40 grants which were awarded. This year, we had 97 grants written. So our staff is really, really putting a lot of effort into this. Last year, the total amount awarded for grants was $123,680. At this time, we are happy to present from the Tomball Education Foundation a check to Tomball ISD for the total amount of $154,622. We live in a great community, and we value the work of this district. Therefore, we are delighted to continue to support you any way we can. Thank you very much.
Hey, Mr. President? Yes, sir. I wanted to say just a few words real quick. I actually am on the board as on the TEF board as the school board's representative to the Tomball Education Foundation and have been for several years. I'll let Amanda talk later if she wants, but Amanda, of course, has been a dedicated member of TEF for years and just stepped down from the presidency, coming in to the Board of Trustees. But, it is a wonderful group of very supportive people. Valerie, I know she's so right when she says a lot of work is done. Her core group reads every single grant that's written, scores them blindly, and then they come together and make decisions. It's a lot of work when you have 90-plus grants that are written. So it's just amazing the work they do. Like I said, it's made the board itself is made up of some wonderful individuals. And while there are donations that are received from many corporations and individuals, I also want to do a shout out because the program, there's also a program called D4I, which is donations for innovation, and that's from our teachers and staff themselves. They sign up for monthly, or I guess maybe bi-monthly donations from their paycheck straight into this program. So it is something that's amazing that our teachers support the foundation, as does our community and corporations that are in the area or that are vendors for the district. So anyways, I just wanted to take a minute and make that statement. And I don't know, Amanda may have something she wants to say.
I think John got it all, but I think the one thing that's so special about that group is it's all volunteers, so which is unique because in our neighboring districts, that's not the case. They typically have someone on salary, which takes a big chunk of the money, and everything that our Tomball ISD Education Foundation raises goes straight back to the classrooms in Tomball ISD. So it's really unique that we have basically 26 people, or a lot of those people working full-time to raise money and then get that money into the classroom. So it is a special situation.
Nope, they're not here, sorry. Okay, so that concludes the reports,
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
or recognition, sorry. Okay, so on the agenda this evening, we have two reports. And what I want to,
Are you on? Yes, he's on.
can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Test, okay. So we have two reports, but we also have some folks that have signed up for public comment. And so I'm going to go a little out of order on our agenda as a result of just managing the time. I'd like to now move to the public comment on agenda items. We have four individuals that have signed up, and I have something I need to read prior to, but I want to kind of check to see if those that have signed up are here in the room. The first person that signed up was Miss Megan Jasper. Miss Jasper, okay, thank you. Wendy Junod, hi Wendy. Dan Cranford, hi Dan. And then Jason Jacob, hi Jason. Okay, all are here. Miss Jasper, since you're up first, you could make your way, and while you're doing that, I need to read something. You're familiar with what I need to read, so for those that aren't familiar with addressing the board, please listen. So the board encourages comments about the district from members of the public. However, speakers are required to conduct themselves with proper respect and decorum in addressing the Board of Trustees and in all conduct during a board meeting. Individuals who do not conduct themselves in an orderly and appropriate manner will receive a verbal warning and may be asked to leave the meeting. For any member of the public who is accompanied by a translator, your time will be doubled as required by law. We will utilize an electronic timer visible on the right side of where our presenters tonight have been presenting, so to the right side of this podium. The first 1 minute will be displayed in green. An audible tone will sound when the speaker has 1 minute remaining, and the display will change to yellow. Another tone will sound when 10 seconds remain, and the display will change to red. At the end of the 3 minutes, an audible tone will sound to end the session. Remember, the board may not discuss or act upon any issues that are not posted on the agenda. In addition, the board has adopted policies to provide prompt and equitable resolution of complaints and concerns for employees, students, or their parents, and of course, the general public. Copies of our district policies and procedures on public comment and filing complaints are available on our district website. For all that have signed up, thank you for your concern in advance regarding our school district, and we will hear from you now. Ms. Jasper? Gotcha. Okay, I'll start when you're ready. Hi.
I'm here again to talk about the barn for May 2025. And asking once again to push it to November 2025. I still think this is very rushed, and there's a lot of unknowns, especially after the current session happening in Texas legislation. What funds might be released to schools where this bond may not need to happen, certain pieces of it. In addition to this, I know that you guys have spoken about this bond not increasing taxes. However, the bond is a loan with interest on it. It's a debt that has to be repaid. So it has to be repaid somehow. So currently, I think, like, what would the tax rate be forecasted if there was no bond? It should be substantially lower with the state mandated tax compression. I think the tax rate is currently $1.06. And what Tomball would do would keep it at that same rate. However, if we did not pass this bond next year, the rate would likely be around 96 cents. Which would be a lot lower and would reduce people's taxes, which I think a lot of people would like a lower tax rate and have a little bit of a break, especially after all the inflation that we've incurred over the past 4 years. So anyways, I'm just going to leave it really simple. Please wait till November to put this on the ballot, put a little more time into it. I just think it's just not the right time. It's just I don't think it's very well thought out, and that's just my personal opinion. And I've sent you guys, some questions about the different parts of Proposition A and like kind of what's going into it. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Jasper. We appreciate your comments. Ms. Wendy Junot? Whenever you're ready.
Good evening, board members and members of our Tomball community. My name is Wendy Janai. I have 4 kids that have been in Tomball schools since kindergarten. I have 2 older boys that have been a part and very committed to the Tomball Cougar football program under Coach Nichols' leadership. My daughter Georgia is currently a freshman at Tomball High School, just finishing up her freshman season of Lady Cougar basketball and softball team. I am here tonight to encourage and discuss the essential development of our district with an indoor multi-purpose facility for each high school. It would serve as a resource and opportunity for safety and growth for our young students and athletes. First and foremost, we cannot overlook the challenges posed by our Houston weather. Many days the heat isn't safe for outdoor practice, band, drill team, and ROTC. Additionally, rain and freezing temperatures can disrupt schedules, limiting our students' ability to train effectively. An indoor facility will provide our student athletes and other groups a safe place year-round, ensuring that they are always prepared and equipped to compete at their best level, regardless of weather conditions. Space is another critical issue we face at Tomball High School. Specifically, we need a facility that can accommodate multiple teams simultaneously. Specifically, we envision a space approximately 140 yards long, 70 yards wide. Since our baseball, softball, and soccer teams all compete for shared resources, we always run the risk of frustration and scheduling conflicts during spring seasons. A larger facility would allow our 2 softball teams, 3 baseball teams, and 5 soccer teams to practice together rather than against each other for limited space. Each sport deserves the opportunity to grow and flourish without the stress of cramming in spaces. More space allows more participation. To maximize this indoor facility, we propose features like drop-down netting for hitting, separate lanes for softball and baseball infields. This setup would create dedicated spaces for each sport, allowing effective training tailored to the unique needs of our athletes. Section separators would further ensure that our soccer, baseball, and softball teams can practice simultaneously without interference, promoting a collaborative yet competitive environment. Now, having been a part of 3 incredible athletic programs at Tomball High School, I can tell you that as a parent, coaches are our most valuable asset. Facilities are just facilities. My kids' lives have been changed and their character has been developed through football, basketball, and now softball. I know other parents feel the same way about the leadership at Tomball High School. While it may look like a very expensive cost, I really believe it will lose what we value the most. Our coaches, our leaders, and the ones that
Thank you very much. We appreciate your words. Okay, our next individual that signed up for public comments on agenda items is Mr. Dan Cranford. When you're ready, Mr. Cranford.
So I'm going to start off by telling a story. So I went to Thanksgiving this year, and I'm going to be quick. I'm going to move through. I got a lot to talk about. I'll be back tomorrow, too, because I've got so much to talk about with you guys. So I went to Thanksgiving. My sister cut off the end of the ham. I'm like, hey, how you doing? So she went to my mom. Hey, Mom, cut off the end of the ham. Well, that's always done. So I went to our grandmother and found out that, the only reason they cut off the end of the ham is because they didn't have a pan big enough to hold the ham. There was nothing wrong with that ham. And I find a lot of that to be true with the spending in Tomball ISD. It's fiscally irresponsible, less than responsible. You guys are already financed 25 years into the future. Your threshold with the state is 40 years. I heard that at the last meeting I watched. And I think a lot of it may be due to long-term limits. We've got members of the board here that have been on for 25 years, 22 years, and 14 years. I'll be back tomorrow with a packet to point out some of the conflicts of interest that I've found. Simple Google searches. Let's see here. Went through the security upgrade package last time that I sent you all an email on. That y'all seem to take a little bit of time, but you just went ahead and passed it anyways because that ham was bad, right? Was able to track down Jason Piazza this week at the TCEA show. I had to go across the aisleway to catch him, and he made sure to go down the aisleway not to catch me, right? You guys are painting yourself in a corner.
Hey, Mr. Cranford, we have very specific, please do not talk about employees during the course of this, or I'll ask you to
Perfect. Talk to your technology department, many other members as well, that will remain nameless. And come to find out, had never looked at the software that I proposed, that you guys said was less than enterprise. That's running at a school district 4 times your size, and many other districts throughout the state. So yes, I think that there needs to be more oversight. It seems to be one man that writes the spec and does all of that. I would implore, Coco, I moved out here to see things like you starting the meetings with prayer. Came out here for the conservative values. I would implore you and Ms. Kracky, who are on the audit committee, to do a full audit. Yes, let's push this bond back to November. Let's do that. You guys need to do a full audit. I think there's a lot of things that you'll find, and you could even do it with a simple Google search. Michael P.
I would recommend that you stop saying board members and employees' names right now.
At the school board, you're Dr. Pratt tonight, okay? But in your professional life, where you're not legitimizing yourself with your degree.
Mr. Cranford, I'm giving you your last warning.
So yeah, there we go. Have a good night.
Okay, and then we have one more, Jason.
Okay, our next individual that's signed up for public comments on agenda items is Mr. Jason Jacob. When you're ready, Mr. Jacob.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and board members and community stakeholders. As mentioned, my name is Jason Jacob. My wife and I have 3 boys. Senior this year, Tomball High School, freshman in high school in 7th grade. All heavily involved in athletics. Athletics was a big part of our growing up, so it really set us on the trajectory of our life. It really opened some doors for us. And so today I stand before you as an advocate for the construction of the multi-use and multi-facility complex. Yes, there will be tons of sacrifices that need to be made by the district in order for this to happen. But I believe it's a strategic initiative aimed at preserving and enhancing our status, not only as an elite educational district, but also as an elite athletic destination for the state of Texas. Probably what I'm most passionate about is, as Wendy mentioned, having 3 kids that have kind of gone through Tomball athletics. Attracting and retaining top-notch coaches and staff is really what brings that culture and that caring that so many of our kids need. In a highly competitive landscape of Texas high school athletics and academics, the quality of our facilities plays a pivotal role in attracting and retaining exceptional talent. State-of-the-art sports complexes serve as a tangible demonstration of our district's commitment to excellence, making our schools more appealing to the prospective coaches and staffs that may come to work here. The presence of an elite indoor facility can be a game changer in recruiting, offering a clear signal for the program's commitment to excellence. Moreover, facilities provide coaches with the resources that they need to effectively train and develop young student athletes, fostering a culture of success that further enhances job satisfaction and loyalty. I believe there's several young men in the community truly develop as young men in the community because of the mentoring and coaching that we have. We should encourage that. Additionally, investing in a multi-use indoor facility complex not only addresses immediate needs, but also positions our district not only as a forward-thinking leader in education, but also as a leader in athletics. This such facility would not just be used for athletics. I think there's many uses that can be found for our ROTC programs, our band, and many other fine art activities. Providing a versatile space that meets diverse student interests and promotes continuous development. So in conclusion, building a multi-use indoor facility complex is more than a structural enhancement. I believe it's a strategic investment in our district's future, and I firmly believe it will attract, and most importantly, retain the top-tier coaches and staff that already call Tomball home. It will ensure safety and the well-being of our students and solidify our standing as an elite educational institution in Texas. Let us seize this opportunity to lead with vision and our continued commitment to excellence. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Jacob. We appreciate your comments. Okay, at this time, I'm looking at our agenda and feel like it's appropriate to take a recess because once we come back and begin the 2 reports, I think we're going to want to dig in. So let's take a break, recess, and come back. So with that, we'll take a recess at 6:16. The Board of Trustees will now reconvene in our workshop open meeting. It is 6:49 p.m. At this time, we will continue forward with our reports. And so I turn it over to the superintendent for one of the first report, a bond discussion, the second report, our annual performance report.
Thank you so much. The first report is bond discussion. Zach Bowles, our Chief Financial Officer, will begin. I will tell you that this is we know this because we timed it today. It's a lengthy presentation with no questioning. It's about 2 hours. So I just want everyone to be prepared for that. If at all possible, we have some breaks built in. So if you could, Mr. Bowles, stop and allow the board members, if you will write down the number of the slide, if you have any particular questions, when we get to that point, it may help us move beyond a 2-hour presentation without questioning. But we have all the time that you need this evening and into tomorrow. So, Mr. Bowles.
All right, good evening, President Pratt, Dr. Salazar, members of the board.
tonight we're going to continue our discussion on the potential bond 2025 package for Tomball ISD. And so
that is occurring right now. Just wanted to take just a little bit of time, talk about what we're seeing with the legislature and how that may impact a bond. Focusing solely on the Senate budget items that are going to impact public education, because at this point, the House has not fully identified their approach to this. We're going to look just at the Senate side. One of those items is school choice and the establishment of education savings accounts. Just last week, the bill passed out of the Senate to establish and set aside $1 billion for the education savings accounts, which would entitle a student that chose to take an ESA and move to a private school setting, $10,000 per student. Beyond the school choice, though, there's also funds that are being earmarked within the Senate's budget for public education funding. They've got earmarked right now $4.85 billion, but from the Senate standpoint, their focus is on teacher pay and increasing teacher pay through raises or through the increasing of the teacher incentive allotment. And so what we see in the Senate's budget right now is that there's no additional funding for operations. So the funding that would be needed to address and purchase supplies and materials, pens, paper, pencils, things of that nature, be able to pay for additional student travel, pay for contracted services, like our SRO program. We spend $2.6 million a year on our school resource officer program. We receive $540,000 from the state for that safety allotment to pay for that service. With no operational funding, we're still utilizing general fund balance to help offset those costs that we're not getting help from the state for. So what are the impacts to Tomball ISD that we expect based on what we see from the Senate's budget items? From a school choice standpoint, obviously, if a student chooses to take an ESA and leave Tomball ISD, the minimum funding loss for that individual student is going to be $6,160. That's what the school district, Tomball ISD, and every district across the state is funded for under the state's current funding formulas. And so $6,160 is the same amount that we've had since 2019. No increase in that time span, but almost a 20% increase in inflation costs. We know that when students do leave, they don't leave in equal numbers. A whole classroom, grade level, campus is not going to up and leave Tomball ISD at the same time. So we are still going to have the costs that are associated with maintaining our existing facilities. And with, right now, the indication of no additional operational funding, we would continue to see that there would, within our budgets over the last few years, there's not been room to address or provide allowance for capital expenditures when we talk about things like vehicle replacements, purchases of buses, the critical facility infrastructure, your HVAC systems, fire systems. The ability to fund those capital expenditures would not be there. So we do expect that there would be continued use of fund balance from the general fund just to maintain our operational capacity as it is today and not impact instruction in the classroom. So with that said, what we see out of this legislative session that is more important to us than ever, of the importance of Bond 2025 and the ability to take care of those needs when it comes to our aging facilities, our infrastructure, our vehicles, providing those capital replacement and expenditures. So when we talk about the general fund, we talk about the state's impact on what funding may look like. We want to take a step back and look at the buckets that a school district receives in funding. And that can really be broken down into two separate buckets. The maintenance and operations is what we refer to as our general fund. This is funding that's received through local revenue, like our property taxes, state revenue, and federal revenue. That revenue generation pays for the day-to-day operations of the district. That includes salaries for all your teaching staff, administrative staff, auxiliary staff. That includes classroom supplies, instructional materials, the curriculum that we use. It also pays for utilities, transportation, the fuel for transportation. All of those items are considered the day-to-day operations of the district, and they're funded by the maintenance and operations portion of a district's funding. And so both of these also tie directly into the tax rate. The tax rate can be looked at and broken down into maintenance and operations and the interest and sinking side. The maintenance and operations side of the tax rate is actually at the lowest amount that we're allowed to set by the state. They have put us at the floor based on their compression that they've done through property tax relief. And so if we were to choose as a district to go beyond where they've set that floor, we would actually receive less in state funding for the decrease in the M&O tax rate, the maintenance and operations tax rate. We would be impacted in a way where the amount of state funding that we would receive would be prorated because we would not be meeting our local responsibility. On the flip side, the interest and sinking side of the tax rate is also what we refer to as the debt service. That side of the tax rate is set to ensure that we are able to repay the debt on the issuance of bonds that have been authorized and approved by voters. And so we call that the debt service, and those, when we issue debt, we receive bond proceeds. The proceeds from those bonds are used to pay for capital expenditures, land, the construction of new facilities, renovations of existing, technology purchases, and the purchase of new buses. So we can use bond funds to purchase new buses, but we can't use bond funds to pay for the fuel for those buses. That comes from the maintenance and operations side of the revenue, our revenue streams. In addition, you can't use bond proceeds to give raises. You can't pay for salaries there. You can't buy consumable classroom supplies or curriculum. And you certainly can't pay for utilities, unfortunately. So when we talk about the interest and sinking side, we're referring to the debt service, which is what repays the debt on the bonds that are issued. So when we talk about debt management, we have certain goals that we want to see occur. First and foremost, the number one goal for our debt management program is that we're going to present a bond package that contains no increase to the tax rate, not property taxes, tax rate. The property taxes are a product of your tax rate times your total taxable value. We don't set the taxable value. That actually stems from the appraisal values that are set by in our instance, the Harris Central and Montgomery Central appraisal districts. And so our goal and our responsibility as a district is to control the tax rate. And over the last 20 years, and over 20 years, we've gone without an increase to the tax rate in Tomball ISD. We also seek to maintain an average maturity of 15 years. Ensuring that we keep that maturity shortened just helps us to ensure that we're reducing interest expenses, making sure that we're saving taxpayers' dollars where we absolutely can, and not expanding that out any further than 15 years. Our outstanding debt, we don't have any outstanding debt beyond 25 years. Again, that's a similar purpose, even though the state allows for up to 40 years on debt. We can issue up to 40 years. We choose not to as a district. We want to keep that debt no longer than 25. In fact, right now, we have no debt that it would be due beyond 2050, which is coincidentally enough the year that I'd be eligible to retire. So we want to keep that shortened. Again, that's a cost savings, interest savings mechanism for us to ensure that we're not loading up future generations with additional interest expense and debt. That debt burden isn't there for future generations. In addition, we seek to maintain a debt service reserve of right around 15%. What that 15% does is it functions the same way of how we approach the general fund. The board has a policy that the district has to maintain in general fund reserves 25% of the current budget. And so we look at this the same way. What that reserve does is in the event there's something unexpected that occurs with the tax base, that 15% in reserves helps us to stabilize the tax rate over time. So just like we've utilized general fund reserves to support two deficit budgets over the last 2 years during a time where we're short funded by the state of Texas, we've been able to use those reserves to continue our operations at the level that we expected. And so the debt service reserves at 15% do exactly the same thing, but just from that interest and sinking standpoint. So what does this look like in practice? They're not just goals, it's what we've accomplished. Going back to 2007, I didn't go back further than that, but bond 2007, at that time, the tax rate for Tomball ISD was $1.58. The proposed bond 2025 today, our tax rate sits at $1.06, just over $1.06. And I will definitely give credit where it's due. The state has done a tremendous job of approaching property tax reduction. They have implemented the tax compression. They funded it. They have approached the increasing of the homestead exemption, and they have done what they wanted to do. They have reduced the burden of property taxes that it comes from a school district. And so, but we've also, during that time, done our part to be fiscally responsible, to manage our debt in a way that ensures that we're not the ones coming up and saying we need to increase our tax rate, which could then turn into increases to property taxes for our taxpayers. So, mentioned debt management. It goes beyond just the initial passage of a bond. We talk about what we do after the bonds are issued, the debt is issued. How do we manage that? So we take advantage of opportunities to refund and defease, which is an early repayment of debt. A refunding is very similar to what you do when you refinance your home's mortgage. If you took advantage of that during the downturn during COVID, you've likely got a very good interest rate at that time before things started coming back up over the last 2 years. So we do the same things with debt. We look for opportunities to refund that debt and refinance into lower interest rates. Over the course of since 2008, we've been able to generate $48.5 million in interest savings through refundings of debt. In addition, that early repayment program that we've implemented here in Tomball ISD has resulted in another almost $21 million in interest savings through those programs. So all total since 2008 with our refunding and defeasance programs, we've generated almost $69.5 million in interest savings for the taxpayers, this is one of the ways in which we're able to manage the tax rate and ensure that we're not coming back and asking for an increase. What's not shown there is something that we also utilize, and that's the variable rate debt. We actually had a program when interest rates indicated and the market was right. We utilized variable rate debt on a shortened maturities to generate additional interest savings. That program, and I don't have it up there, that generated another $31 million in interest savings over the life of that debt before we restructured. So almost a total of $100 million in interest savings since 2008. Through our debt management strategies. And one thing, I don't have a slide on this, but I'll just sort of reiterate. For Tomball ISD, not only through our debt strategies, but also our commitment to fiscal responsibility, we've been recognized by the 3 major credit rating agencies in the nation, at Standard & Poor's, Fitch, and Moody's, as a AA+ rated school district. We are one of only 5 districts in the state of Texas that can claim that distinction. So before we move into Proposition A, I'll take a break here just to answer any questions about those previous slides.
Any board member have questions?
I have
Tina.
a couple. So Zach, on this, if a student were to leave the district with a voucher and then come back to our district, would the voucher money follow it, or does it stay at the other school? Do we even know that answer yet?
I can't answer that for certain. What I can say is that the school districts would only receive the $6,160 in funding. We would not receive the $10,000.
And there are propositions out there in which the money would not follow the child. That would be a difficult way to manage, I understand, but that is We know at the end of the day that public schools are always here and will always be here for all students, but there is a chance that a child could leave, come back, and that child would be our full responsibility. And we will welcome that child.
I have about 3 more questions. So if, I just want to make sure I'm understanding correctly, if, because of the state of Texas, the rules that they have in place, if we were to go below the floor that they have set for us, we would be penalized and actually receive less money.
That's correct. So the state requires the state requires a certain amount of what's considered local responsibility, and so that's the generation of property tax revenue. And so they have set the floor of the maintenance and operations side of the tax rate. We are at that floor. We're as low as the state will allow school districts to go without a potential impact to state funding. Yes.
Okay, next question, and just want to make sure I understand correctly. So we really try to structure our bonds where they're paid off in 15 years, but we have it where if we need to go 25 years, we can, or do we have them structured to pay off in 25 years?
So the furthest maturity of debt that we have is 25 years. We keep an average of 15 to try and shorten that and ensure that we're saving as much interest expense as we can.
And could you explain to me how the refunding works?
Yeah, so just like you're going to refinance your home mortgage, we're taking our debt and going back to the market when the time's right and when it's allowable to take advantage of lower interest rates as compared to the initial interest rate that we received when we first issued the debt. So we're going to take advantage of the opportunity to lower our interest rate over the life of that debt and generate interest savings for our taxpayers.
So we're calling it, school districts call it refunding, where me as a homeowner calls it refinancing.
Refinance, yes.
That's all I have.
Thank you.
Ms. Cracky?
Maybe when you go through Prop A, can you point out items that we could start this summer that would make an impact of doing this in May, despite the maintenance lead times and bidding process? What could we actually start this summer? Sure.
And we do have a timeline at the very end as well, of a projection.
I liked your bucket slide with the INS and M&O. So many people don't understand that. I hear that all the time in the community that, why can we build this, but we can't pay, our payers more. So I think that's a really important educational piece to understand. But in that same vein, you say we're charging the minimum, the floor amount on the M&O.
Right.
Are we anywhere, I know, so we could theoretically raise the M&O side within what the state would allow. Are we anywhere close to having to pay recapture if we were to?
We're currently not in recapture.
Right.
And actually, we're at our tax rate is set at the point where if we were to raise it any, that would require going out to voters to seek approval. So we don't have any room as Tomball ISD to go any higher than where we're currently at with the maintenance and operations side of the tax rate. What I think you're referring to are the ability to go after golden pennies, copper pennies. That there is the allowability of the state to go out to, I believe it's 17 cents of what we call golden pennies and copper pennies. That's allowable by the state of Texas, but after you go past the first 5, we claim the first 5, but after you go past 5, the state of Texas is going to require you to go out to voters to seek approval to claim any more.
Right, and how many are we using already?
We're using 5.
We're already using all 5?
That was the max allowable by the state without having to seek voter approval. Yes.
Okay. So we don't have any room to increase M&O, but when I hear you say the word floor, that to me sounds like minimum, so it's confusing.
For us, it's a little of both. We're stuck. We're literally, that floor is all that we can set, both high and low,
Okay.
without voter approval.
It's the floor and the ceiling?
It's the floor and the ceiling, yes, sir. Very
I
good.
don't know, yeah. Ms. Cracky, anything else? Okay.
Hey, Michael.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah. So I just wanted to kind of run home a little bit more of what Tina was going down. So not only do we have the weighted average maturity at 15 years, and then we don't do anything past 25, but don't we also try to identify assets and say, okay, this is computers, and its useful life is 5 years. So any bond that's going to be utilized to fund these computers, we're not going to have it ever go past 5 years. And don't you try and structure it that way as well?
That's right, yeah. So we're going to evaluate everything that's in the bond package. And so when we go to issue the debt, we're going to keep in mind and have evaluated the useful life of those items that are in the package and being paid for with the bond proceeds. Because that's also something that they're going to look at when we go through, and there are bond audits done by the IRS. They do look at the structure of the maturities and what you're purchasing with those bonds. I just went through one last year on bonds that he issued. I didn't do it. But no, they do look at that, and they want to make sure that we are issuing debt in accordance, and the maturities are set along with the expected life, or the life expectancy of those items that we're purchasing.
Good.
Anybody else? Okay, we're ready to keep going.
All right. Okay, so moving into Proposition A, again, this is quite lengthy of a discussion tonight, and so what we've done is we've come back with a lot more in-depth details about each of the categories of items in Proposition A. And so we continue to talk about Proposition A, that is our general purpose proposition. And so that's going to incorporate expenditures for things like the construction of new campuses, facilities, renovations, the purchase of land, school buses, vehicles, lots of things incorporated into Proposition A. Later we'll talk about the special propositions that are required by law. But we'll start here with Proposition A because this one's quite lengthy. It contains the bulk of Bond 2025. So the first one off the deck here is elementary. Focus on the potential of Elementary 13. We know that based on our demographic report that we've received this fall, that we will need an elementary in the future. When that occurs is determined upon how we approach the growth of the district. We have the opportunity to expand or extend the need for that campus out to roughly 2032. But what we're looking at is the need for land and the site development that goes along with it in this bond package to ensure that we have the space available when the time comes that we need this campus, that we have the place to put it. Currently, we do not have land that is in an appropriate location to where the expected growth is for the district. And so we are continuing to look for opportunities to purchase land, as well as obviously considering in the cost for site development in this total project cost of $38 million. That would include the purchase of the property and development of the property, talking about the streets and roads that may need to be added or improvements added to it. Think of that as what we've had to do at the Beckendorf complex, as well as West Complex, where we have been required to build roads for the county, as well as roads that just serve the district themselves. We would do our drainage, our detention, grading, site utilities. That would likely be the requirement to provide utilities for ourselves, either as a water or wastewater treatment facilities, or the connection to available mud districts located nearby. And so that would encompass the land and site development only for the potential or expected and projected need for an elementary number 13 in the future. The Early Excellence Academy is it is not the same Early Excellence Academy that we just opened in 2023. This would be a pre-K center designated for the south end of the district, serving up to 500 pre-K students. Obviously modeled after the Early Excellence Academy that we just opened in the fall of 2023, but creating that south campus to expand our full-day pre-K programs and make sure that we're continue to expand on the compliance with state requirements that require school districts to provide a full-day pre-K program. Total project costs expected around at $35 million, and the reason why that number would be high Obviously, we're looking at the costs that it took to build Early Excellence Academy here in the city of Tomball, and we're making sure that we have integrated into that cost our expectations for growth in construction costs, the inflation that has occurred in those costs since that particular project was bid in 2022. So to touch on just a little bit more detail on what and why the Early Excellence Academy in the south end of the district is needed, I'm going to pass this over to Dr. Webb.
Right, to continue with the Pre-K Center in the south, I think it is important to understand the configuration of Early Excellence Academy in the north. So there are a number of different programs that make up EEA. First, you'll see in blue we have two classrooms that are called ECSC. These are Early Childhood Special Education Rooms. These are programs made up of 3-year-old students who are eligible for special education. They come only half a day. We have 8 students per classroom in each of our ECSCs and about staff of 3 to 4. There are significant needs associated with the disabilities in this classroom. It would be grossly inappropriate to staff this classroom up to 21. So when we look at each of these programs, it's important to note the difference between capacity and utilization. Utilization is of the available classrooms at EEA, how many are we using? Capacity is the way that we would analyze other campuses and look at the capacity of the number of seats, how many seats are used. So for this first example, it would be inappropriate to use all of the seats in the classroom because of the needs of the disability. The second program at EEA North is the Social Developmental Classroom. We have 5 of these rooms, 8 students with disabilities in each of these rooms as well. There are 9 classrooms for English-speaking pre-kindergarten, and then again 5 classrooms of Spanish-speaking pre-kindergarten. So for next year, that would bring us to a total of 21 classrooms out of the 24 classrooms that are available at EEA North. This puts us at a utilization rate at 84% and an enrollment of 320 students. When we look at ECSC, if we were to make the decision today to move and transition ECSC to a full-day program, we would be at 100% utilization tomorrow. The reason that we have not changed and transitioned ECSC from a half-day to a full-day program is because there still has to be a little bit of room available for student growth at the Early Excellence Academy North. Another issue with ECSC and transitioning to a full day is when we have a number of families that have eligible students for ECSC, but they choose not to take part in the program because it's only half a day. When it moves to full day, and at some point we will have a proposal for it to move to full day, it will provide a significant incentive for families to take part of the full day ECSC program, and we will see rapid enrollment of our 3-year-olds with students with disabilities. So then to look at the pre-K centers in the south. The pre-K center in the south, and again the pre-K center in the north, is in direct response to the state mandate of having a full-day pre-K for students who are eligible. Those are students that are emergent bilingual, students that are economically disadvantaged, as well as students who are eligible as special education. So in the Wildcat feeder today, we have pre-K programs at Wildwood, Willow Creek, Lakewood, and Canyon Point. In the Tiger feeder, we have programs at West and Goes. All of our SDC classrooms are at EEA North, but the configuration of EEA South would require SDC classrooms. So if we look at it through the same lens as if we look at EEA South in the same lens as EEA North, today we are operating 3 ECSC classrooms among the elementary campuses today in the south part of our district. That is 1 more than we have at our Early Excellence Academy in the north. And again, those are also half day. We do not have any social developmental classrooms operating in the south, but this is our fastest growing program. We will increase EEA North by 2 SDCs next year. Already in the south, we have more pre-kindergarten English classrooms than we already have at EEA. We have 10 already that are operating in the south elementary schools. And Canyon Point today is already at capacity. So students that are emergent bilingual and are eligible for pre-K at Canyon Point, we were having to transition them to Early Excellence Academy because there simply is not any room. So today, our pre-K programming for students in the south of our district is equal to 305 students. By the time this project is mature and we are able to break ground on an Early Excellence Academy in the south, this number will be well north of 325, 330 students.
And I apologize, we're going to go back and forth a little bit here as each one of us takes a specific portion of this. The next up, project in Proposition A, would be a look at a new Tomball Intermediate campus. This would be a replacement school for the current Tomball Intermediate that's located there on Main Street on 2920. That campus would serve up to 950 students, grades 5th and 6th. Again, a replacement of Tomball Intermediate School that's now in excess of 60 years old. We would design the new campus to meet all current district standards for technology to support a full range of grade-appropriate academics. One of the main things we discussed when we talk about the relocation of Tomball Intermediate School is the fact that if anybody's driven down 2920 during pickup or dismissal times, you've experienced the traffic that forms along Main Street. So not only would, by moving the Tomball Intermediate campus, you would be alleviating the traffic that ensues with pickup and dismissal twice a day. And so just wanted to show a little bit of a picture here we took this past Friday. This is showing that pickup line extending out onto Main Street and down about four traffic lights through for all of that traffic that's there for parents just in line to pick up students. But beyond just a need because of traffic, it's not about that. It's about a 60-year-old facility that has infrastructure that's just as old. So these pictures are of a repair that we had to make just a couple of weeks ago. We experienced, not once, but twice this year, we've experienced collapses in the infrastructure there at Tomball Intermediate School from the standpoint when we talk about water lines and sewer lines. And so both of those we've been able to repair, but we know that the condition of what we see when we look at that infrastructure, that's critical infrastructure to the facility, the campus. When the water goes down, you can't use the bathrooms, you can't use the kitchen, you can't provide water fountains. With sewer, you again can't use the restrooms. And so we know that continued usage of this site and continued usage of the aging infrastructure that's there is going to result in continued challenges when it comes to maintaining operations at Tomball Intermediate campus. We've been lucky right now to have been able to repair these items, but we know just from the scopes we put down the lines that there's a lot of deterioration over 60 years. You're looking at pipes that when they were installed new, had a life expectancy of around 60 to 80 years. And so they're reaching that end of life cycle. And so infrastructure becomes a very big portion of why we want to look at a potential rebuild and relocation of Tomball Intermediate School. The next project that really hinges on the potential relocation of Tomball Intermediate campus would be the expansion of the Connections Academy and Special Services programs. The intended use would be to repurpose the current Tomball Intermediate campus on Main Street to accommodate the expansion of Special Services and Connections Academy, providing space for expansion for programs like our adult students with disabilities, potential behavior center for the district, as well as that expansion of the Tomball Connections Academy. So again, I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Webb to go into more detail about those programs and what that looks like going forward.
Tomball Connections Academy is comprised of 3 programs. One, the DAEP, our alternative placement for students who are in violation of the Code of Conduct, Success Academy, as well as Community Connections. Bob Frost and his team do an excellent job in meeting the intent of all 3 of these programs, but their continued effectiveness will be constrained by space available at this building. So if we start first with our DAP, our disciplinary placements, both mandatory and discretionary. If you look at the table on the left-hand side of your screen, I have an incremental enrollment breakdown every 5 weeks for the past 3 years. So we look at week 5, 22, 23, we had 20 students enrolled. 25, 26, we have 33 students enrolled at our DAP. Move down to 15 weeks, we had 26 students enrolled, and then we have, this year, at the end of the 15th week, we had 48 students enrolled. Just a few weeks ago was our 20th week of school. 2 years ago, there were only 18 students at the DAP, and today there are over 40 students at the DAP. Last year, that represented a 360 student cumulative enrollment. Now, all of those students are not at DAP at one time, but the number of students that will transition in and out of that facility for this one program only equaled 360 students last year. That's a 31% increase from today, from this point this year, from this point last year. The rapid rise at the DAP is twofold. One, it's a byproduct of the rapid rise of enrollment of the overall enrollment of the district. But number two, it's a result of the state requirement of mandatory placements for students who are found vaping on campuses. So essentially, we have taken all the students that in the past would have received ISS or out-of-school suspension for vaping in violation of the code. Those students now have been transitioned to the DAP. The DAP capacity, however, is just over 40 students at one time. The cumulative enrollment for this program over the next 3 years will be 435 students. This slide shows you the cafeteria. The cafeteria today only has a 13-seat capacity. Currently, Connections Academy is running 3 lunches to meet the demand of enrollment at their campus, but students at Success Academy or at Community Connections, they will eat lunch in their classroom. The DAP also only has 6 classrooms in total. So it's also important to note by law, we also have to separate junior high students from high school students at the DAP. So the use of these 6 classrooms is nearing capacity, and again, we'll be at over 430 in just 3 years. The next program is Community Connections. Community Connections is an adult student with disabilities program. These are adult students who have met requirements, who have met all credit requirements at their high school, and their IEP ARD committee has determined extra instruction, classroom instruction and work-based instruction is needed for them to become gainfully employed. This student has moved from 11 students in 21-22 to 18 students this year. We are projecting 24 students in 27-28. We have a 16-seat capacity in this program, which equals 2 classrooms, 1 teacher, and 4 paraprofessionals. And this, as well, I think it's very important to note, is the overall byproduct of a 54% increase in overall special education enrollment in just the last 4 years, where we have moved from 1,900 students to almost 3,000 students. Every special education program in the district, without exception, is seeing rapid increases in enrollment, and our Community Connections is no exception. So these are the examples of our 2 classrooms. The one on the right is more based for instruction. The one on the left is more vocational, job skills, rec leisure, practicing those activities that would help students be able to become gainfully employed before their 21st birthday. So this program operates with a number of job coaches and job sites. Kids are coming in and out of this classroom, but the demand for these 2 classrooms is nearing its capacity very soon. In addition to Community Connections located at Kiefer Street, which is at the Connections campus, we also have another Life 18 program at Tomball High School. This student, again, is not immune to rapid increases in enrollment. We've gone from 16 students in 21-22 to 31 students by the end of this year, and we will easily have 43 students in this program at Tomball High School at the end of 27-28. And again, this is special education supports and services for adult students with disabilities. Increased capacity for this program at Tomball High School. So should we keep the program at Tomball High School? and we moved to 31 students. We moved to 43 students. The program will then begin to encroach on additional instructional spaces at Tomball High School. Right now, there are four classes made up of 3 teachers and 6 paraprofessionals. And again, a direct byproduct of a 54% increase in special education in the last 4 years. Connections Academy also has Success Academy, the third and final program at this campus. Success Academy provides students opportunities that are often our students that are over age and undercredited and are likely dropouts or have dropped out, and we have been able to recapture back into the school system an opportunity to graduate through a non-traditional pathway. Students at Success Academy have non-traditional schedules. Some come in the morning, some comes in the afternoon, some come for a portion of the semester. Some come for just 2 or 3 credits, some may come for 7 credits. These students were not successful in the grad labs at their high school. The last 2 years, we have set a record in the number of graduates from Success Academy. These students meet foundational requirements for the diploma at Success Academy, then they will graduate from their high school. But 59 students in 22-23, 64 students in 23-24. I had 40 students today, but I heard Steve Shields mention this number is already at 42. So we are well on pace to exceed 64 graduates from Success Academy this year, projecting 96 graduates from Success Academy in just 3 years. These are 96 students who likely would not be Tomball ISD graduates without the support of this program. We currently operate Success Academy with 1 classroom. There's a 25-seat capacity at one time. So again, students will come in at times through non-traditional times based on what their plan is to complete the foundational graduation requirements. So cumulatively, of the 3 programs at Kiefer Street at Connections Academy this year, we'll see over 400 students go through the doors at Connections Academy. So this is just a quick look at the DAP entrance facing Kiefer Street, and then the entrance for Success Academy and Community Connections that is directly facing towards EEA. The next part of this, the next component of Proposition A is the consideration of what we would call a behavioral center co-op. All districts in the state of Texas and across the country for that matter are required to provide a free and appropriate education to every student who is eligible for special education. There is a very small subset of these students that the needs of their disability exceed the district's capacity to meet those needs. So we place these students in TEA-approved non-public school placements. This could be a day school or this could be a residential facility. All of these placements are at public expense. Over the past few years and to date, we are paying just shy of $1 million per year for the placement of students at non-public day school and residential placements. So if you look at this map of Houston, we have Tomball ISD is the star. We have students going as far south to Avondale, which is right across the street from NRG and the Astrodome. We have students going to ABS West, which is at the West Park Tollway and 59, as well as River Oaks on I-10 and Westheimer, and then also West Houston of Monarch. The top blue is Huntsville. These placements cost anywhere from $45,000 per student to $250,000 per student for a placement at a residential facility in Huntsville. So if you look at districts, at our neighboring districts, you look at Klein ISD, you look at Sapphire ISD, they have developed internal behavioral type centers to meet the needs of these students in district. Not only is this cost effective, it's closer, but it's a higher quality service. So part of Proposition A is to propose the transition of Tomball Intermediate into a behavioral center co-op, in which we would be able to recapture the funding that we are using to place students out of district, to fund teachers internally, to eliminate the commute, which is also what I forgot to mention on the slide before, is $20,000 per student to just to satisfy the transportation cost. That does not come out of the $900,000 per year that we're paying for tuition. So the Behavioral Center Co-op, initially we would look for an enrollment of about 20 students. So if we are currently funding about 10 students in Tomball ISD in out-of-district placements. So in cooperation with surrounding districts, if we could enter into an agreement in which they would send their students to Tomball ISD Behavior Center Co-op that they also are sending to 610 South and West Houston. There are students in Waller and Magnolia and Montgomery and even Conroe ISD that are being transported to these non-public day schools. An enrollment of 20 students and a charge of $75,000 per non-Tomball ISD student would return to us much of that $1 million that we're spending per year on non-public day placements, would provide our students a much better, high-quality service, would bring them closer to home, and it would completely eliminate the commute. Transitioning to the next project, Proposition A is a look at the available space that remains undeveloped at the Tomball Innovation Center. The Tomball Innovation Center is nearing capacity. Building 1, again, is a tenant in Baker Hughes. Building 2 has over 100 personnel that are office there, including finance, curriculum and instruction, special services. We have Tomball Star Academy as well. We have the CTE programs of the mock courtroom, 911 call center, law enforcement, all in the front parts of Tomball Innovation Center. You'll also see the completion this year of the CTE Center at the Innovation Center, which houses our aviation pilots and mechanics, a simulator, graphic design, additional office space and classrooms for the near 100 students that are shuttled to the Innovation Center from both of our high schools every day. The only undeveloped space at the Tomball Innovation Center is Building 7. I forgot to mention off to the side here, of course, the well-developed Ag Center. But the only undeveloped space is Warehouse 7. Warehouse 7, in order for us to meet the need, in order for us to continue to meet the needs of high-interest careers, high-wage careers, and high-growth careers through our CTE programs of study, we need to seek additional expansion, especially if we're going to achieve programs of study such as HVAC, pipe fitting, fire and EMS, and automotive diesel. This project to remodel Warehouse 7 would be approximately $12 million. To take a peek inside of Warehouse 7, right now it's completely unusable. There is some storage space that we have for equipment. These are panels from the old show barn, but right now this is an unusable space. We would not be able to continue our CTE programs of study without a retrofit of Warehouse 7. Warehouse 7, the retrofit would look very similar to Warehouse 6, where we would keep the bay look, we would keep the bay doors, but having to reconfigure with classrooms towards the back end of the facility. Again, just another closer look at kind of where we are in our last area of development of Tomball Innovation Center.
All right, for the last 2 years, we have a small but mighty team that has been working collaboratively with our awesome campus leadership team to enhance the safety and security features of our instructional facilities. I'd like to give a public shout out to Steve Guerrero and Stephanie Thomas for leading this work and bringing all of our facilities up to compliance with the new commissioner's rules related to instructional facilities. So the bulk of this work in Prop A related to existing facilities is to bring our remaining non-instructional facilities like this building, the Tomball Event Center, Transportation Center, our ancillary building. We'll bring all of those facilities up to the same safety and security standards that we have across the district. That would include window film installation, select secure fencing, silent panic alert technology, just to name some of the requirements for commissioner's rules. And so in addition to upgrading safety and security to be in compliance with commissioner's rules and best practices for safety and security. A big piece is upgrading our district-wide daily use radio communication system. All of our emergency operating training that we go through, the Texas School Safety Center, the Harris County Emergency Management Group, all of this has coached us to say, in the event of an emergency, folks rely on cellular communication. Within 10 minutes, that is going to go down just by how overloaded the network is going to be. So in Tomball ISD, we have built-in redundancies with handheld radios and other communication methods to ensure, one, if something does go down cellular, we have radio. We have additional hardwired phones to be able to contact central office directly. But we also know how do we stay ahead of these threats, these vulnerabilities to the district. And so through our strategic direction and looking at best practices, we'd be looking at the bulk of these funds would be to secure radio communications for the district, for campus-to-campus communication, campus-to-law enforcement communication, campus law enforcement to central office directly. This would allow, ensure there would not be a lapse in communication. To the folks that need our support would be getting that support to ensure staff and students are always safe in our facilities. We can't control for things that may happen. We can control our response and our preparation to vulnerabilities to safety and security. And so this proposition would bring our facilities up to the standard that we are putting at our instructional facilities.
All right, I'm going to take this one because it ties heavily into maintenance, which my accounting degree did not prepare me for, but I'm learning quite a bit. So when we focus on facility infrastructure replacements, we're really talking about the replacement of critical facility infrastructure and equipment district-wide. We're looking at those things that are end-of-life cycle or well past their end-of-life expectancy. We talk about what we just accomplished over the Christmas break. We were able to renew the chillers at Tomball High School. We were able to replace the cooling towers at Tomball High School, and all of that equipment was in excess of 20 years old. That was well beyond its life expectancy, and we were able to get it that far through our preventative maintenance program within the maintenance department. And so we do work heavily to extend the life of the equipment that we have in our campuses and in our facilities, but there comes a time at which you can only extend the life of those items so far. And so when we talk about this facility infrastructure, we're talking about critical items like our electrical. Looking at electrical, we're talking about a conversion from the fluorescent bulbs that you see in the room today to LED fixtures, increasing efficiency of the district, providing energy savings. We want to go back, and we know that there are generators across the district that have reached the end of life. We would have generator replacements, electrical panels that need to be upgraded, not that they are not functioning, but they are needing to be updated because of age and will need to be updated according to new electrical code. District-wide lighting system controls to make sure that we're able to monitor and correct electrical usage. When we talk about lighting systems that need to be turned on remotely for different events, different schedules for schools, for facilities, we're able to monitor and maintain that a little bit better. When we talk about plumbing, we're looking at the replacement of water softeners, boilers district-wide that have reached end of life. The gas lines at Tomball High School that are aging, that need replacement, that we don't want to see impacted, and certainly losing a gas line would impact the operations of that campus. Chiller replacements across the district. We have 12 campuses that are in need of chiller replacements, and so not only are we looking at those items that have already reached the end of its useful life, we're also identifying those items that over the next 5 to 7 years we'll get there because we anticipate that it may be some time before the next. There's opportunity to address those items again in the future. Air handlers, district-wide, again, another item there. Fire panel upgrades, not only are they're functioning, but they are needing to be upgraded to provide additional, I'm going blank on my words, additional operational efficiencies, ensuring that they're working correctly. We all know the emails that or text messages that we get frequently for fire alarms, whether they are legitimate or they are just sensors that have gone bad or a fire panel that has malfunctioned. So we know that multiple campuses are going to need replacement of fire panels. Along with that means that we've got to get approval with everything we do by our fire marshals. We know that takes time. And so again, these are items that when we talk about replacement, there are items that you can't do with students present because you need a length of time, a break while kids are out of the building to go in and assess these, replace them, make sure that you've gone through the inspections to get them all the approvals back up and functioning for that facility to open back to students. When you see the items listed, there are some smaller items when we talk about custodial with the replacement of what we have in place now with residential washers and dryers. Commercial would be what we would be requesting to come back with in order to provide efficiency for the staff. Health services, the replacement of AED devices across the district. Those have a specific shelf life. You're not allowed to use those after they have expired, and so those will need to be replaced across the district. The Staff Development Center is another item on this list where we talk about integrity of operations. And so continuing to ensure that the data center that contains student information, financial information, all the data for the district is ability to maintain power when we have storms that occur. Take, for example, Hurricane Harvey or Hurricane Beryl, where we lost power for multiple days and access to campuses to use technology devices, but at the same time, we've got to make sure that we maintain power, we maintain protection from a fire sense, from cybersecurity sense of all of that infrastructure there at the technology department. So very hefty price tag when it comes to all of the things that are included there, and what we've hit on here doesn't begin to encompass the list of items that would be addressed with all of this. But you see the high level need and really the focus on existing facilities, bringing them up to speed with what we're putting into the new facilities to replace that aging infrastructure, those that have been pushed beyond its limits, to make sure that as we move forward, we're able to, the continuity of our operations, the instruction on the campus is able to continue without interruption. So just a few pictures, just to show some of the age of our infrastructure here. And one part I didn't touch on was sound systems and PA systems at a number of our campuses are very outdated. You can see the phone there in the top corner. That phone is still in use at one of our campuses for utilization in the PA system. So we know that over time, the technology that's there no longer is compatible with updates. And so in instances, there are many repairs that have to take place in order to just get the PA systems to work and function because of the age of that system. And then we talk about boilers, we talk about water softeners. Water softeners are a very important piece of equipment. When we begin replacing and installing new equipment across the district, much of that has water flowing through it. Whether it's a cooling system or not, you're going to have water flowing through it. The water contains minerals. The water softener helps to remove those minerals, helps to reduce the amount of buildup in our water lines, in our plant equipment, helps us to maintain efficiencies, make sure that equipment doesn't break down before its life expectancy. We have chillers across the district again, HVAC units, the air handlers. Again, this is a district-wide focus. One that I did not include in here and I forgot to mention, when we talk about carpentry, we're talking about roofs. We have a number of roof replacements that would be identified in this project at Tomball High School, Rose Hill Elementary, Wildwood Elementary, Canyon Point Elementary. All of those campuses are in need of roof replacement. So we have a significant amount that would be tied to those types of projects. Again, those projects needing to be done over an extended period of time where students are not in the buildings. Moving into the next project under Proposition A, where we talk about the bus and white fleet additions and replacements. I'm going to turn this over to Dr. Gutierrez to talk about the transportation specifics. But when we talk about bus and white fleet, your buses, we know, you're going to have a need for growth. You're also going to have the need to replace older buses. The same is true with our white fleet. Those vehicles that service custodial department, child nutrition, maintenance, the transportation department themselves, those vehicles are reaching end of life. They've been pushed to their limits. We've got a great staff there in transportation that helps keep those vehicles running. But when they do go down because of repairs needed and the life of that, just the general condition of those vehicles, that means that we're losing efficiency across the district. If I've got issues from an electrical standpoint in the north side of the district versus the south side, and I've only got one vehicle that has all the tools that are necessary and the equipment to service that, I can't spread them to both ends of the district at the same time. We lose some efficiency in being able to address work orders and emergency type items. So this becomes a very big project within Proposition A for us.
All right. You'll see here, no, we didn't forget to adjust the background setting on the slide. These are actually slides that we used for the Bond 2025 Steering Committee with the actual parents and community members on that committee. I'm proud to say in Tomball ISD, we offer transportation services to any and all students who wish to utilize them. You can live across the street. You can live on the far end of that attendance zone. If you sign up for transportation services, there's going to be a friendly bus driver who will be there to take you home and pick you up. That is something that not many districts can tout. You probably heard at the beginning of the year, many districts reducing transportation services in an effort to make budget cuts. But historically, that has been an investment. That has been an investment in safety, in student safety, to ensure there are no reasons, there are no excuses for stopping a student getting to school and experiencing the wonderful educational opportunities that we provide here in the district. Again, many districts choose to like to have bus stops within 2 miles or 2 miles. That is the that is a reimbursable mark that the state will provide funds back to the district for miles beyond two miles from the school. Again, in addition to home to route services, Tomball ISD Transportation Services provides all of these services for athletic events, fine arts performances, amazing field trips, and hands-on experiences that Dr. Webb touched on earlier. In completing our state report for last year, the wheels on the bus definitely go round and round in Tomball ISD to the tune of 1,675,000 route miles traveled last year. A big shout out to our team in transportation. It is a very hardworking team led by our amazing leader, Sandy Dillman. And there, as we go into next, you heard Mr. Bowles talk about this idea of refreshing, replacement, enhancing what we have already extended well beyond its useful life. That is a theme here in Tomball ISD. We try to maximize those resources. We have an amazing mechanic team led by Skylar Uzumaki, who is our shop foreman. Many of you met him last year during the boardwalks. So you know personally hearing from him the efforts that we go to keep our rolling billboards, as he calls them, a beacon of light and an example of a financial responsibility, fiduciary responsibility that we take seriously in keeping our older buses looking good. But there is a lot of tender love and care that goes in there to make them and keep them look that way. I just want to point to this graph here that shows how many buses that we have in the district, over 164 buses, and that spans their life expectancy, or rather their years of service within the district. TEA guidelines suggest 10 to 12 years for the type of mileage and usage that we're putting on these buses every day. Guidelines would suggest 10 to 12 years. You will see, again, a theme that we maximize that through in-house repairs, and we'll see some photos of what it takes to keep these running. But again, when you look at the overall average of the years, you might say, hey, well, less than 7.5 years old, you're doing pretty good. I just asked you to look at the numbers to the left on the graph. We have over 50%, almost 50% of our buses that are already at that 10-year mark. We are pushing well past the 12 years with a 2008, and we have 16 of those riding on our routes right now across the district. So we'll need a significant investment to keep up with, one, the growth of the district, adding new facilities to further parts of the district, but also considering replacement cycles. And those that we retire, quote unquote, retire from home to route services, those are turned around for field trip buses, for field trips, for athletic purposes. And unfortunately, buses do need repair and service from time to time. And so sometimes those buses that have been retired from route services are put back on to ensure continuation of services. There's no loss of transportation services for those families that want and need it. We are projecting needing over 90 buses over the next 5 to 7 years. If you again just look at the age of those, some of those buses, you'll see that we are past, and we're going to do a good job to keep them going, but we are past their usefulness or their life expectancy. Right now, we are asking Ms. Dillman and her team to do a little bit of magic every day because there are students currently, there are students that Dr. Webb needs transportation, and we're scrambling to find specific transportation for a Life 18 program. There are students that we're required to provide transportation due to their designation as a homeless student under McKinney-Vento Act due to spreading our resources across the district. We have reached a point where there are occasions where we're not able, with a Tomball ISD staff or a bus, White Fleet, we're not able to provide that service. And so in some cases, parents are providing that service with a reimbursement, or we're also providing transportation services through a third-party vendor to, again, take our homeless students or students who are in need, individual singular cases. Again, that is, last year was an annual spend of $54,000 on third-party vendor services because of the need of transportation services, and again, needing to keep up with demand. Here are a few pictures that I'd like to highlight. Again, we are not accustomed necessarily to showing all this information because, again, these are rolling billboards. We take a tremendous amount of pride in the work that we do and what we put out on the streets. And so I'm going to highlight a couple of these pictures. The top left, no, this is not one of our route buses. This is a spare bus that unfortunately, or fortunately, we cannibalize for parts, things that we can do in-house. And so we have a bus that is no longer operable, but there are parts that are functional. And again, through our amazing team, we keep our buses running. These are just a couple of inside shots. This is not a route bus, I just want to clarify. But this is a bus that some of our students may take and transport locally for athletic purposes. I did not stage these photos. I wish that I told you. I can tell you that I did. But this is a real bus that is used for one of our coaches to drive our students to compete. And so, one, we want to make sure that our students, regardless if it's a game or it's to get to school, that they are in a safe and secure bus, that it represents the excellence that everyone expects, that we expect. And so we do ask for an investment. Yes, it is costly, but if we have spare buses that go down, push comes to shove, this bus will serve as a home to school route bus. Now, again, we'll take lots of measures before that ever happens, but just want to know what is at stake. So, in addition to the transportation, to the buses that we manage, the transportation department also manages the white fleet for all district facilities across the district. Again, Guidelines would suggest that 10 to 12 years, given the way that these vehicles are used constantly. We do have most of our individuals on maintenance or transportation, custodial, child nutrition. Most of those employees work during the day, but we also do have night shift crews, painters, carpenters that do work after hours. And so these vehicles are very much used 24 hours a day. And so I'd also like to highlight the individuals that are driving these vehicles. I like to call them the first responders for Tomball ISD. Because if you have what Mr. Bowles highlighted, a potential issue with the plumbing at TIS, for example, who are you going to call? You're going to call someone who's going to arrive in a white fleet vehicle that is going to respond no matter the hour, no matter what the issue is. And so these individuals, we need to ensure that they have the tools and the equipment to arrive safely, to be able to take all of the materials that they need to successfully and adequately take care of whatever issue we are asking them to take care of. And so, again, what you have here is a breakdown of all of our white fleet vehicles, ranging from 2000. We have 6 vehicles that are 22 years old. And so again, you're going to see a trend of maximizing these vehicles. You may ask, where's the warranty? Or can we go back and ask the manufacturer, why is it breaking down after 22 years? Again, that's not going to happen, right? Most of these, again, through our internal maintenance, our preventative maintenance, we're able to keep on the road. We do have a couple of photos for you, just want to share. But again, these are our individuals, maintenance, child nutrition, technology, transportation, our custodial workers. They are out there responding. We want to make sure that they do have the equipment that they need to get the job done. Here are a few images. Again, these were also shared with our committee. And when you see someone made a joke earlier, when you look at the logo that's on the side of the vehicle, like how old that is. And so you see the ones on the left, those are in the 90s, early 2000s with that logo. And so the truck is a 1999 mint condition maintenance vehicle. That is a 2002 vehicle. That is our assistant director. I apologize, Ms. Christensen, I didn't let you know you're going to be prime time here. But I was taking pictures of the fleet one day. It had just rained. She's trying to be fashionable, but also it's functional because that vehicle, when it rains on you. And so she was keeping herself protected as she's responding out there, and she's one of these individuals. Again, not all of our heroes wear capes in all of the departments that are here to serve. We do whatever it takes. And so, yes, that is a customizable dash made of the finest cardboard. And that is a seat covering made of our finest trash can liners to ensure if it's raining, we can still take care of a sewage issue and still meet with a parent and be professional in ensuring that we represent Tomball ISD. And so we want to ensure while our staff are doing what it takes, we also honor them and what it takes to get the job done.
Let's go ahead and finish transportation, but before we go into the next area, which I believe is fine arts, we're going to take a quick bio break.
You got it. All right, so let's continue on transportation center expansion. Again, we have an amazing team with the growth of routes, with the growth of the district. We also have to have bus drivers to offer this great service. And so what we're looking at is an expansion of the Baker Street location. One, in terms of parking, we have buses that we need to ensure that as we expand for the future, that we have a place to park them. Right now, we have 2 locations where we park buses. Well, actually 3 if you count the Baker Street right across the street next to the ancillary building, and then at the Tomball Innovation Center. If you were there at the Ag Show, you probably wondered what all those buses are doing there. That is additional overflow parking. And so it does create a little bit of a logistical issue, but we want to expand that footprint there at the Baker Street. Also with all of the staff, when we do have professional development, for example. Yes, bus drivers. We provide high-quality professional development for all of our staff. And so when we do have a meeting, it is very much a packed house, standing room only. And so just want to show some of these photos here. Again, this is one of our staff meetings. You see individuals lined up in the back. This is just one half or a third of all of the staff that's in there. So just imagine that all around. And again, this is to improve our practice, to get better, to share updates, to give important information. The top right, those are additional buses that we park at the Innovation Center. And again, the bottom right, these are just some facility, our staff on a rainy day. This is, again, do the conditions match the work that they're doing? Again, there are some needs, facility upgrades needs for that footprint, and we just like to accommodate for growth, both for the number of drivers, administrative staff, and our shop personnel. And so you'll see that proposition there was to suit all of the needs for the Baker Street location expansion. So with that, we will take a break. Take 5.
Okay, so it's 8:11. We will go into a short recess.
I'm still a little chilly, but I can look at that.
Okay, we will reconvene. The time is now 8:21 p.m., and I think we took a break right after the Transportation Center expansion part of the presentation, and I think we'll progress now with fine arts. So let's go.
Awesome. Thank you for the recess. We're back to talk about fine arts upgrades. This again, you'll see the theme of replacement cycle. Things like instruments, marching band uniforms, all of these things have an end-of-life cycle. I believe with the last bond, Tomball High School was able to have new band uniforms purchased. The marching band uniforms at Tomball Memorial are the original band uniforms, which I believe now are 13 years old, and so that wear and tear on those as one example. Concert uniforms for band, for drill team, general equipment, things like your risers, your stands, your chairs that you don't think of being a significant item, but when you multiply that across several campuses and classrooms, that is a significant investment. Again, replacement cycle, things that have an end of life. And so I do want to spend a little bit of time talking about the impact of fine arts and athletics. I'm going to just throw in a little bit of athletics because this will circle back. And this is really the impact of co-curricular activities. Notice I didn't say extracurricular activities, and sometimes that's a little bit of a misnomer that this is extra. This is very much rooted in program. This is very much rooted in academic standards. And so just want to acknowledge that academic piece and all of those fine arts teachers that do support the curricular aspect. What we see on a Friday night or an amazing patriotic show is the outward extension. That's the extra piece of the learning that is happening first and foremost. So want to give a big shout out to our Director of Fine Arts, Paulette Tomlinson, and all of the wonderful fine arts staff that we have in the district, also athletics as well. And so let's talk about what is the impact. So this will be talking a little bit about the athletics, but we know research and our local data says that students who participate in co-curricular activities perform better academically, behaviorally. They have better attendance records. I'm so proud when we come up here and we acknowledge the accolades for athletics, but hand in hand in that, it's on and off the field where our students are being recognized for their merits in the classroom. We have Tomball High School in 2022, the National Foundation 6A Excellence, Academic Excellence. I believe Tomball Memorial this year in 2024 also. They said, hey, you know what? There's room for us. We're going to go get that. And so shout out to Tomball Memorial for this year being honored, not only being excellent on the field, but most importantly, in the classroom. And so what we have also 145 of our athletes named to the all academic, our coaches all academic state team. So I know it makes us so proud to see our students doing what they love to do on the field. But I want you to know that our athletes, that our fine arts, our students participate in those activities are doing so well because of something that Dr. Z says many times in her elevator speech, right? That we want students to have a passion to pursue, a place to belong, and a love for learning that lasts them well beyond their years in Tomball ISD. And it's participation in activities and co-curricular activities like athletics and all of the fine arts. It's through our amazing educators and our coaches that give students an additional purpose. And we all know that if they are connected to something else, they will perform for you academically. And we all have firsthand experience. You have your own children, or you had a coach or a fine arts, a band director shape your life and your life trajectory. And so we ask you to make an investment in fine arts and athletics. What does that look like again on the fine arts side? It's our cumulative GPA for our fine arts class last year. You see some of those accomplishments, things that we have touted in this district. And so we need to fully support what is happening in the classroom. We are receiving designations as distinction designations as a place, a destination for fine arts. That's not us just tooting our own horn. These are other organizations saying this is the best that the state has to offer. This is the best community for music education. And so let's continue the success and the excellence in Tomball ISD. So I will turn it over to Mr. Bowles for the next slide.
All right, so next up on the Proposition A list is going to be a discussion about athletic facility upgrades. And just wanted to take a little bit of a time before Dr. Gutierrez goes into detail here. You're going to see athletic facility upgrades in both Proposition A as well as a separate proposition later in Proposition C. The reason for that is state law requires that school districts separate out projects related to athletic facilities, stadiums, that seat in excess of 1,000 spectators. So Proposition C will be a special purpose proposition later that goes separately to voters to approve or deny, and that's going to focus on our athletic facilities that seat more than 1,000 spectators. For Tomball ISD, that's only Tomball High School, the old stadium, as well as the current TISD stadium there at the Beckendorf complex. We're not talking about anything for the TISD stadium at the Beckendorf complex. We'll solely be talking about Tomball High School in Proposition C. Proposition A is allowed by law to contain any renovations or upgrades to athletic facilities that seat less than 1,000 spectators. So they have less than 1,000 in capacity. The exception to that is for gymnasiums within a school, inside of a high school. Those gymnasiums, regardless of seating capacity, fall to Proposition A by law. So what we're going to be talking about in Proposition A for athletic facility upgrades is going to be the focus on those facilities with less than 1,000 seating capacity. We're going to be looking at upgrades, maintenance, renovations, like the installation of turf at all junior high football fields, the replacement of turf at Tomball Memorial High School. So we said Tomball High School is going to be split out by law into Proposition C, a special purpose. Tomball Memorial, because its stadium does not seat more than 1,000, is allowable to be considered within Proposition A. So you may see Proposition C dedicated solely to Tomball High School. That does not mean that we're leaving Tomball Memorial High School off the list, because they are also due for turf replacement, track resurfacing, the same as what we're seeing at Tomball High School. Those facilities were upgraded right around the same time. But Tomball High School can be included, or Tomball Memorial High School can be included in Proposition A. Along with the replacement of turf and resurfacing of tracks, you have safety netting for backstops, softball, baseball. If you've been to the complexes, you've seen that in action. Replacement of the bleachers at Tomball High School gyms. We're going to get to a few pictures of that in a second, and Dr. Gutierrez can talk a little bit more about it when we get to that item. But then another major project in here is upgraded lighting systems at all of our facilities. So just like we want to take our classrooms from a fluorescent bulb system to a LED, we want to look at more cost-effective, cost-efficient LED lighting for our athletic facilities that bring them up to current standards. I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Gutierrez now.
All right, in addition to telling you about the state of some of these facilities, I also think it's our responsibility to let you know some of the flavor of the conversation of our steering committee. And I'll tell you that there was a lot of discussion about the disparity between some of our older facilities and our newer facilities. Let's just take a look at the athletic facilities since we're talking about that specifically. What you see there on the right is the athletic complex for baseball, softball, football, right? That whole athletic complex has paving. If you've been to Tomball High School on a rainy day, this is just after a light shower. We see uneven surfaces. I believe at one time that was some crushed pea gravel, but over time, again, that has eroded. Last year I was at a baseball game, a sub-varsity baseball game. Unfortunately, we did have one of our patrons have a medical issue. I will tell you, as someone who supports Tomball ISD, it was not a proud day to see the medical staff struggling to have that patron on the stretcher getting through this type of facility, this kind of complex here with the pea gravel. What we'd like to do is upgrade that to just concrete, to have a sidewalk to where emergency vehicles could travel through there. Also, our patron traffic. Again, if you've been to a game, not only do you have to take into consideration the conditions there, Zach also mentioned the baseball netting is a safety issue. The height of that we would definitely in this bond take a look at removing the sight lines for the poles that also do produce a safety issue and extending that higher so that if you are behind the game waiting for your son or your daughter to finish their game, that you don't get hit by a foul ball, because that is an occurrence there at the stadium if you've been to one of the games. And so we'd like to ensure that our athletic facilities match. Also looking at the new facilities that are coming at Tomball West High School are much more aligned with what we see at Tomball Memorial. And so the ask here is to improve the overall facility, the complex at Tomball High School. Mr. Bowles mentioned the turfing of the junior high fields. This is Creekside Park Junior High. Many of you may have received some communication from parents asking about the conditions of said facility. I will say through extreme heat conditions over the summer, difficulties with irrigation breakdowns, you see that this facility doesn't match maybe the excellence that we see across the district, whether it be the performance on the field or in the classroom. We know this is not just an issue of aesthetics. Yes, it's supposed to be green. Yes, you're supposed to see the lines and the markings. This also is a safety issue when we consider just the cushion of a fall or the extreme dust when students are moving about. This definitely is a safety issue. We see a few additional pictures here, not to draw too much attention, but just to show the current situation at some of our junior high fields. And so what we propose to do with this proposition is to turf the junior high fields. One, this would reduce the safety issue. This would reduce the wear and tear or the reliance on heavy irrigation during these extreme weather conditions. One of the things that we also can do is include this into our facility rental process as an enterprising activity after hours, after we're done with our athletic facilities. There is interest for community partners for additional space, and so this could be a revenue generating experience opportunity for the district as well at our junior highs, our 4 junior highs. Taking a look at our basketball courts, in addition to the actual flooring themselves needing sanding and re-upgrading, striping, painting, we are looking at the experience our patrons, what they see when they come to our facility. So at Tomball Memorial on the left, you see relatively new, nice bleachers. It's made of more of a plastic, a hard plastic. Those at Tomball High School, yes, we have replaced many times these boards that do break. Unfortunately, these are some of the original bleachers from that from a high school, and so unfortunately, the ones at Tomball Memorial do have an opportunity to extend to accommodate a bigger crowd or collapse if you were doing, say, a pep rally or other normal operating functions. At Tomball High School, these are in a fixed position due to safety. And so we know, again, this is not the experience at Tomball High School, and at Tomball Memorial, and this will not be the experience at Tomball West High School. And so from the parents themselves, we have a responsibility to ensure as we are building new facilities, our older facilities are not left behind. And yes, we do a good job of maintaining and doing preventative maintenance, but there are things that have an end of life. And it is our responsibility to invest and improve them. And many times these repairs are costly. And as Zach has mentioned many times, cost prohibitive to take care of through the general fund.
Right, not only the jobs of our future, but our current jobs, and probably the jobs of the last 25 years, require deep understanding of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. No longer can academic instruction just rely on the knowledge of STEM, but actually experiencing STEM, analyzing the content, and synthesizing the content. So this portion of Proposition A is to expand our elementary libraries to also include STEM labs that would help our elementary students better meet our new science standards and help connect the purpose of STEM instruction at all of our elementary campuses. This proposition also would help to support a refurbish of furniture, paint, and flooring at our older elementary schools. So if we look at the libraries at our older elementaries, this is a look at Rose Hill and Canyon Point and Willow Creek. A well-kept collection of library books of high interest and high use, but you can see that the furniture here is older and there really isn't room for the expansion to include STEM labs. So this proposition does not physically change any walls of a library. This is just the addition of the STEM centers, the seating, and the flooring to equip every single library with the STEM lab. Our newer libraries at Grand Oaks and at West already are configured with the space that would adapt very easily to a STEM lab that would look much like this. The STEM lab would help to enhance our ability to have maker spaces, research spaces, project-based learning, and application-based learning aligned to engineering standards at the elementary level. Of course, we wouldn't be able to equip every classroom with the STEM lab, but having a STEM lab centrally located to where we could rotate students through libraries would increase the function of the use of our libraries and the use of our librarians. The STEM labs would stay in a line with our connection to the workforce, again, trying to provide a deep understanding of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics.
All right, so the next project up is the existing campus refresh. What we've talked about there is a revitalization of select campus learning environments. You can picture that as what we've done recently at Tomball Junior High, Tomball Elementary, but coming back into our existing facilities and really just sprucing them up. That may entail furniture replacements. That may be painting, the addition of graphics to the campus, flooring, landscaping, campus lighting. The lighting side of that is going to come into play when we talk about the expenditures under facility improvements, not necessarily included in this project cost of $8 million. So that $8 million is going to be set aside to identify those campuses that we need to come back into and go through and really refresh. So it's not a renovation of our existing campuses. It's not coming in and doing what we did with Decker Prairie and Lakewood Elementary. That was a very extensive remodel renovation of those two campuses back in I believe that was bond 2013. Looking for some historical help there, but I was either 2013 or 2017 we did that, and so we those were extensive remodels. That is not what this project is. This is to refresh our campuses, give them a bit of a facelift as we continue to move forward into the future. And then the last project, yes, I believe this is the last project here on our list for Proposition A, would be renovations at the current Connections Academy facility. And so that would be renovations to provide for additional CTE courses. This would be utilizing space that's currently not utilized. So the gymnasium, the old location where Special Services Department was housed, those areas are not being utilized today, and we would be looking to provide some renovation in those areas to bring them up to speed, to provide your informational technology as well as esports arena. And I'm going to let Dr. Webb talk a little bit more about what that looks like at that campus.
Should the board choose to accept this proposal and then voters approve the bond in May, then there would be a new Tomball Intermediate School. Then we would backfill Tomball Intermediate with Connections Academy. This proposal would then be to backfill Connections Academy at the Kiefer Street location. First project would there we go. All right, so the Kiefer Street Gymnasium, we would look to be able to do a reconfiguration in that gymnasium to offer a esports arena. Some slight remodel with acoustic screens and chairs could accomplish that goal. And then we look at the additional office space that currently is not used, and then the classrooms that are a portion of the DAP now can be reconfigured for additional professional development space, and then also the introduction of an informational technology program of study through CTE, which would be in close proximity to our technology department, which would be just next door.
All right, so that takes us to the end of Proposition A. Before we move into the next propositions, we felt like this is a break where to go back through Proposition A for any questions that you may have.
Okay, so what we'll go through next, after we work through questions on Prop A, is a step into Prop B?
Yes.
Okay, got it. The special purpose props, Prop B being next.
So any particular Prop A questions?
John, I see your light on. Go ahead.
Yeah, so let me go back a little bit. All right. So back on slide 11, when you were talking about the, can you go back to slide 11?
Hit escape and go to 11.
What'd you say?
Hit escape and go to 11.
Oh, yeah, right.
That's a way to go back. There you go.
The question that I have, though, is whether that number includes land purchase.
Slide 11.
11. Almost. There you go.
So for Early Excellence Academy in the South, the 35, so are you anticipating utilizing land we already own, or does this include purchase of real property?
So based on initial discussions and through the progress of the putting together the Bond 2025 package, our expectation is that we utilize existing property that the district owns.
Okay. So with the ECSE and the SDC that you were talking about a few slides forward, those are required. Oh, that was Dr. Webb, right? So, Michael, these are required programs, is that correct?
Those are required for any student that is eligible for special education, correct.
Right, so if they meet the criterion for the ECSE program or for the SDC program, then we are required to have that program available for them.
Correct.
Okay. This is probably for Dr. G. So on the white fleet, those include things like bucket trucks, those very specialized vehicles?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, Zach, this is probably for you. So you were talking about the current state of some of the infrastructure at the Main Street campus, put it that way, TIS. But then we're talking about repurposing it for Connections Academy. So if we've got infrastructure issues with plumbing, potable water source, whatever, then do the numbers that you have in here take care of those issues that we're worried about? The 50 and 60-year-old infrastructure?
So the part of the evaluation process of that would obviously be to determine the feasibility of the oldest section of Tomball Intermediate School going forward. So part of that would be coming in and fully investigating the extent of those potential plumbing issues at this point. You have expanded space on the TIS footprint where that campus was added onto back in the early 2000s, I believe. And so you've got a much newer space there. And so what we would be looking for, yes, the $8 million we believe would address the changes that we would need to make to shore up the building, but also we would be looking at just the actual feasibility of the oldest portions of TIS going forward.
Okay. Can you remind me, I think this is Dr. Webb, slide 23, 24. Just tell me the difference again between Life 18 and the other program.
Life 18 at Tomball High, these students have more significant disabilities. They likely would not be able to be independently and gainfully employed. So our committees differentiate and typically would suggest community connections for kids that it's very likely that they wouldn't be able to be employed by Hampton Inn or an HEB or even food services in Tomball ISD.
So Life 18 is a little bit more along the lines of life skills.
Life skills,
whereas,
independent living.
Okay, whereas the other one's going to be a little bit more along the lines of being gainfully employed.
Yes.
Got it. Thank you for that clarification. Stephen, this one's probably more for you, or maybe Zach, but when we're talking about the expansion of the transportation center for basically more parking, I believe that the city of Tomball's ordinances, we couldn't do something less than paving because the city of Tomball ordinances don't allow us to park vehicles on something less than paving. Is that true?
That's correct. They're going to require that you pave the surface, so you couldn't just throw down gravel or rock. Along with it is going to come the requirements to expand detention for that site because you're going to be paving over ground.
Okay. So we're going to do some of this stuff. We have to comply with ordinances and city, just like with the development of real property.
Yes.
If the county's already got a road that's been platted in there, if you develop it, you got to build it at your expense and then you dedicate it to the county. Yeah. Okay, I think it's it.
Okay. Tina, I see your lights on.
I know I've asked this question before, but just in case, on the buses and that part of it, does that include like new semis for the bands and like box trucks for the bands that we're currently like renting?
Yes, that includes new box trucks, one for Tomball West High School, but also that we've reached some life expectancy with our associated equipment for Tomball High School and Tomball Memorial. Mr. Rick, I'm not sure if you were also asking about box trucks because that would be a big piece of that. Currently, if you go to a football game, we're constantly renting box trucks, and so this would be an investment to reduce that reliance on rentals, to have our own in-house semis, trailers, and box trucks for moving primarily fine arts equipment.
And then I think this may be for you, I don't know. When we transport the students like to downtown and all to the different special facilities at $20,000 a student, that will say we will reduce our cost and we'll have a significant savings by bringing it in-house. And do we know about how much of a savings that will be by bringing it in-house? And then it'll also be a generate revenue for us as well.
But the minimum is $45,000 plus $20,000 for transportation, so we're looking at $65,000 a minimum. So yes, that would be we would be able to reduce our spend by 1/3 by employing Tomball ISD staff to serve our students on a Tomball ISD facility. We would be able to eliminate completely the $20,000 per student required for transportation.
And then on the EEA on the south side, would that also free up some classrooms in our elementary schools?
Yes, it would. It would create additional capacity at each of the campuses that I showed in the Wildcat feeder as well as the Tiger feeder.
That's all I have, thanks.
Real quick on Tina's question, just for clarification, you pushed this slide up here. I believe you said that the 900,000 per year does not include transportation. This is just tuition.
That
Great.
just includes tuition.
Gotcha.
Jennifer?
Do we have the demographic slide by campus anywhere in this deck coming forward?
Not in this deck, no.
I don't have it in my possession, but I had wanted to study it because to me, when we glanced at it a few weeks ago, it looked to me like we had significant capacity in some campuses, like 100, 200, and I know it's less students for EEA I understand that, but I still am not quite understanding why we can't shuffle or fit pre-K into the existing capacity, especially if we are planning to open a new campus, elementary campus.
So we are at capacity with our pre-K classrooms in the south, in the south. So any increase in growth, so for example, we're already seeing at Canyon Point, that program already exceeds capacity. Tomorrow, if there's a student that enrolls for pre-K at Canyon Point, they cannot go to Canyon Point. And again, that is without moving from the ECSC to a full-day program. And that also is offering pre-K services to students at elementaries in the south in classrooms that are not configured for pre-K.
So Dr. Webb, can you go to the slide where you've got the two swim lanes? You got the Wildcat swim lane and then the Tiger swim lane? Yeah. If I could follow up a little bit on what Jennifer's question was. So at the Wildcat swim lane, we're at capacity for the pre-K features or aspects of these campuses?
We are at capacity at Canyon Point today,
Okay.
and it have been for some time.
Can you just comment on at the other three? What's the general sense?
Wildwood also is at capacity. Lakewood still have capacity. So Wildwood is at capacity. Canyon Point is at capacity today. There is still room for growth at Willow Creek and Lakewood this year.
Okay.
Can you not reconfigure empty classroom? I know it's an expense, but would it be perhaps a more manageable expense to reconfigure to be suitable for pre-K and classroom capacity that we do have?
Well, again, so any reconfiguration of classes would be putting pre-K students in classrooms that aren't configured for pre-K. So not the storage for pre-K materials, not the proximity to a bathroom, to restrooms. And that's what we're doing now. So we're running shuttles from Canyon Point and Wildwood. There really isn't much room. And again, we are anticipating more growth in pre-K, especially when if we were to move the 3.5-day ECSC program full day.
And aren't we required by the state of Texas to be offering full day?
Correct. So we do comply with the state requirements for full-day pre-K. But every student that is a 3-year-old is eligible because of special education services, not necessarily because if they've met a pre-K criteria.
Is our current EEA campus a Title I designated?
Pre-K centers cannot be Title I designated. They do benefit from some title funding, but only comprehensive campuses can be eligible for Title I.
But there are requirements in order to meet and be enrolled in those that are associated with some of the Title I attributes, correct?
Absolutely. Well, over half of the students there are economically disadvantaged. That's one of the main criteria for being eligible for pre-K. So if they were allowed to be eligible as a Title I, they certainly would be eligible. Okay. But no pre-K centers are.
Jennifer, any other questions?
Yeah, on slide 25, the Life 18 program, you kind of said was kind of encroaching on the space at THS. won't there be relief at THS when Tomball West High School opens? Won't there, that pressure kind of be opened up by the opening of Tomball West?
There would be relief for additional instructional classrooms for Life 18, but Life 18 is a program of adult students with disabilities. It really does not need to be on a campus with high school students. We're not able to share space. It would not be appropriate to share space in the cafeteria, the library, or transition. These are adult students that are working on adult living skills. They also tend to have more significant behaviors than you would see at community connections. The model of best practice would be, even if there was substantial room at Tomball High, would to serve these students at a campus that is not at a comprehensive campus where there are high school students. We would want them in an adult setting, working on job skills, working in mock apartment settings, working in rec leisure. Also, Tomball Intermediate would give much more proximity to downtown Tomball, where these students already have a booth at an antique store, but would give them much more opportunities to access work-based learning.
Okay, I'm going in order. This is more of a question for Mr. Bowles. I'm asking this for the listeners. I think I already know the answer, but this is a question I get all the time. Why can't we save money for known life expectancies of things we need to replace? And I suspect I know the answer, but just to get that on the record.
Certainly. So when you look at what we're replacing, you see there's a significant cost with it. We would not be able to fund the extent of that cost when you talk about buses that are approaching $170,000 a bus. When I started with the district, a bus cost $85,000. The impact of cost rises over time have just made it to the point where the extent and the magnitude of what we need to replace at this point in time is not something that could be funded with the general fund. Typically, what we have done in past bond cycles is we've been able to utilize savings from projects or interest income from those bond projects to come back and address some of our end-of-life items, replacements of equipment. What we saw with Bond 2021 required us to pull all of that into just completing what was planned under Bond 2021. The inflated costs, we've had to reallocate all of that to those projects. And so we're left with nothing to address some of these critical infrastructure replacements. Again, with the general fund, just like we talked about with the state of funding where it is today, the general fund balance that we have maintained right now, the reserves we have, is going to be needed to continue to maintain the operations and continuity of our services that we provide. Pulling from that means that there's cuts somewhere else.
Was on the bond committee, was every elementary zone represented?
In terms of?
So each elementary, like, I have kids in high school, but I also recently had kids in elementary school, so I could kind of speak to both. But I just want to make sure that every elementary campus someone was in the committee to advocate for their needs, or was there a process where leadership staff on each elementary campus or families was asked for feedback on what the highest priority needs would be?
Great question. There was a principal from each level, high school, junior high, intermediate, and elementary, represented on the committee, as well as staff that happen to also be parents, but also programmatic elections in high school and elementary. So all levels of the district were represented and advocated for.
Can we get a list on the infrastructure replacement specifically, just a simple break, like tomorrow perhaps, a simple breakdown of how much of that is going to each campus?
Oh, yeah.
I think we can break it apart. We obviously have it in detail, but we don't have it in detail by specific campus.
But functionally, as we go along with dispersing the funds, we will look at each, right? As the bidding process for each item goes on, we'll approve each thing as it goes forward, right? In the spending of the funds, it'll be looked at closely.
Any bond dollars, the board has to approve that, yeah.
Oh, yes.
The fleet and transportation expansion items, were those not in bond 2021? It seems like such a great need that I would have thought we would have done that in 2021 bond.
And you are correct. If you look at the chart that was listed, there are several vehicles that were listed in there, brand new. This year, there were 6 2025s that were included in a bond 2021. So yes, recognition that we do need to continue to upgrade and include those white fleet vehicles as we pass bonds. And so yes, we did consider that, and with growth, need additional.
Okay.
So said differently, the 5 buses in 2022, the 28 in 2024, and the 6 in, those are all bond 21 dollars, right?
Correct.
And can you show the white fleet view of this too?
And it is common to have these in every bond.
Okay, so the 13, the 8, the 3, and the 3, as I think about the 2021 and go right, those are bond $21. Is that safe to assume?
I'd say from 22 on.
22 on? Okay,
Yes, sir.
got it.
I guess what I was asking was, did we in that department, did we deliver what we said we would for in that bond?
In every area, yes, ma'am, we have.
In fine arts, I didn't see it on the list, on the fine arts expenditures. Does it include uniforms for mariachi?
I do not believe that was included in there. We're looking at additional funding sources, but potentially that could be. I do not know if that was explicitly listed as. I do not believe mariachi uniforms are listed in this.
Are the mariachi uniforms covered? We already have that?
We are working through
Okay,
that.
okay.
And then last time I attended a theater show at Tomball High School, the sound system was, I think you and Tina were there too. The sound system was not adequate. Is that on the list?
That is, we do have some work that additionally I believe is part of Bond 2021, but there are some upgrades as part of Bond 2025 for Tomball High School, the sound system specifically, yes.
Okay, turf. Do we have a concussion warranty on the turf that we have currently?
A concussion
Concussion
warranty? Can you tell me a little bit more about that?
Just talking to parents of football, you know, there's supposed to be a warranty against concussion, and we have to do our part to maintain the turf that we have.
Absolutely. So when you look at, there is a specific test at the top of my head. I don't recall the name of that, but we are required to do that specifically with our older facilities at Tomball High School and Tomball Memorial. There is a safety issue there that if we do not address this, we would be looking at potentially more harmful situations that theoretically could lead to an increase of concussions. But you are right, there is work that we need to do to maintain our facilities to ensure that they meet the standards for safety for that specific sport.
And have we done that work and maintained the warranty properly on all the existing turf?
Yes, except these facilities or these turf fields, they do have a life expectancy of spanned 10 years, and so we are pushing that. And so the further we delay that, that is, as Mr. Bowles just mentioned a minute ago, those are expenses that generally the general fund cannot support.
So on that, we actually have trained and certified employees on how to maintain these turf fields, right? So when we put them in 10 years ago, we sent people for training and certification, and we're still maintaining that? Question?
Absolutely. We do have groomers that our coaches do make for maintaining the fields to ensure that they stand up properly to provide that cushion. Also, periodically, we do bring in third-party vendors to clean and sanitize and pull a variety of things that athletes, silver stars, charms, potentially leave on the field. And so local and third-party vendors are used to source to protect and maintain our fields.
You good? Okay. I've got a couple questions. So, Dr. Webb, on the pre-K topic, we don't have an option. We by law have to educate these children.
Correct.
Pre-K children.
Correct. Full day.
Yeah,
Full day.
legal requirement.
Legal requirement. It's just a double check that I'm making sure I understand. Vaping. The law requires that when a student vapes and is on campus and observed, they need to go to the alternative education program, right?
That's now a mandatory placement.
Yeah. Can you go to the Tomball Innovation Center slide? I want to talk about what's in each of these buildings real quickly, kind of recap, if you don't mind. I was thinking about what you're saying. So let's go to the top. I think that's how you have this organized. If you could just let the stars fly. So we rent that out.
That's correct.
That entire building right there, we have a multi-year lease with an oil and gas company.
We have an ongoing lease with Baker Hughes.
Baker Hughes. The proceeds from that lease fundamentally pay for the operation of that entire site when it comes to utilities and basic maintenance, correct?
We bring in roughly 1.3 million a year on that lease, and so yes, it's offsetting the operations on that site.
Okay. Can you go to the next star, please? Okay, so this is where Tomball Star Academy.
No, sir.
No. What is this?
This is where I'm housed.
Yeah,
Okay.
office space.
So you got some students there close by. So your team, Christy Williams' team is there, right?
So this is going to be this is going to be finance incorporating our accounting departments, payroll, purchasing,
Okay.
accounts payable, as well as then you go up on floors 2 and 3. You've got additional staff there with
Technology.
special services and curriculum.
So high utilization. We got a lot of folks in that building.
Yes.
Okay.
And then it does connect to, that's where you were
So that's
thinking,
where I was going.
Tomball
So
Star.
let's come
Keep
my
coming.
direction. So
Building 3.
that's Tomball Star Academy,
Yes, sir.
and we've got a fully functioning.
And P-Tech.
Okay, and P-Tech? Okay, the last star, the one that you did on the line with Tomball Star Academy, what was that? That is Tomball Star
All
Academy.
of the new CTE area.
Okay, so that's where the 911 call
Courtroom,
center
yes, sir.
operation is, the courtroom, the principal's office is somewhere between those two stars. Okay, thank you. I appreciate you humoring me here. This building, what are we doing in that building?
That's our new programs of study for aviation pilots, aviation mechanics, graphic design, and additional CTE office space and classrooms.
So from left to right of that building, it's being utilized?
Correct. And the far right-hand side of the building is transportation maintenance.
Yeah, okay. And so to the point of Building 7, which is the one above it, that's the one we're talking about, the CTE program expansion for the 12 million.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Got it.
HVAC, the fire, that's the only building right now that is not being utilized by students and/or staff.
Okay.
The only part of that entire complex that is not being utilized by students or staff.
Okay. So bear with me a little bit. Upper right, there's some beautiful green grass over there. If the bond were to go on the ballot, and if the community approved the Proposition A, that's the site where an intermediate school could be built. And I'm talking about upper right, the green grass.
It could be, yes, sir.
Okay,
It could be.
okay,
There is space there available.
got it.
And then, of course, the Ag Show Barn over in the corner, not
So
in this
using
photo.
our imagination in the lower right, the Ag Center, the FFA project show that was just held there.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
That also doubles as a robotics arena,
okay,
where we're holding national robotics competitions.
okay. I have one more question. Coming back to the Tomball intermediate renovations, I'm not sure I'm totally connecting with the answer that you provided. So when we look at the Main Street campus, there are, as you described, parts of the infrastructure that are over 60 years old. Actually, go back to that campus, yeah. There are parts of that building on the left that I'm looking at that are over 60 years old, and there are parts of that building that are recent, right, in the last 20 years. we would do a feasibility study of how much of the old parts of that building we could maintain, but the emphasis would really be on how to utilize the more recent parts of that building.
Yes, sir.
The demand on the infrastructure at Tomball Intermediate right now is 1,000 students. The demand on the infrastructure with this proposal would be, at most 150 students at one time. There would be a substantial amount of this campus that we would not have to use to the same extent that they're using now with 1,000 students.
Okay. So we didn't talk demolition, but is that in the feasibility, or that would be in a future bond where we would need dollars to demolish parts of that are not being utilized and, let's say, pave it or make it a green field?
We've not talked demolition of that facility in this bond.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
And, sorry.
Go ahead.
And by moving TIS to a different location, we would eliminate the traffic off 2920, which everyone in Tomball would be thrilled. But by moving new functions to TIS, would we still have the same traffic problem, or because it's such a low number, we'd be able to?
You'd have opportunity even with that low number, you're going to get the cars off the street. You're going to alleviate the traffic.
Yeah. You have enough pavement, it's a lot fewer students, and more of them are bused.
I guess kind of going off what Michael was saying, although the count, Zach, may be less from 1,000 students a day to less than 200 a day, would it be fair to say that the square footage, though, you won't necessarily utilize the entire building, but these programs that you're talking about appear to me to require, or at least would desire, much more square footage per student?
You have 6 classrooms for the DAP, you have 2 classrooms for Community Connections, you have 1 classroom for Success Academy. You have well more than that number of classrooms, just in the newer edition of Tomball Intermediate alone. We're not even talking about the library or other areas of the campus that could still be used.
Yeah, but I think what I heard you say was for like these Life 18 program, or they could actually benefit from additional square footage. So even if you say 1 classroom, okay, fine, but if you want to replicate an apartment or a work environment or this type thing, you need more square footage to do that than just a classroom, right? Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
And yeah, that, we could look at, again, the library, we could look at the gymnasium, we could look at areas of the cafeteria.
So even though it may be a fifth the number of students, the square footage demand may be 30%.
Correct, but the demand on the facilities, the bathrooms, would be much, much less.
Right, gotcha, yeah, on the infrastructure that way, yeah.
Okay, any other questions by board members for Prop A? If not, let's go to Prop B.
Really quick, what would you guess is the daily number of staff and students that are at the TIC Center? Because the perception in the community is that it's not being fully utilized. And I don't know where, it would help to maybe know a number.
Special Services alone has over 130 personnel that are based out of that office on the 2nd floor. Now, they're not there every day because they are itinerant. They're diagnosticians, school psychologists, speech pathologists, vision impaired specialists that are itinerant at the campuses. But then if you look at all of the content specialists for CNI are on the 3rd floor, and they are expected to be at the campuses, but then they also home base out of that facility. And then, of course, all the departments in said. So I think there's well over, on paper, there'd be well over
Hundreds of staff.
200 or so there.
Correct.
Now, how many are there every single day from 8 to 5? That's mostly going to be in Zach.
Not to mention all of the students at Tomball Star Academy, although some of our seniors, of course, go to Lone Star, nor the P-TECH students that are also there, our CTE students that are there, I'm not done yet, the ancillary staff that are there, for those that are confused. It is
It'd be good, maybe for
highly
another
utilized.
day, it would be good for us to have a number in our back pocket to say this is how many people are using the
The
facilities.
200 number is really just when you're just talking about building 2, that administrative office space. So then you take into consideration the students at Star, the staff at Star, the ancillary department that's in the warehouse, the transportation department now over at the
Well over
CT
500,
Building
I think,
6.
when you add it up.
Absolutely.
And
That's
there
just
are 100 students that are shuttled there from Tomball High School and Tomball Memorial every morning. Every morning. And then part of the strategic plan is to increase the master schedule where we would have shuttles going between all three of the high schools and the Innovation Center all day.
So we're just sitting here, Mr. McStravick and I would say, for those that continuously have asked you, safely over 1,000 people.
Okay, any other questions on?
I have a
Yes,
question.
ma'am. Go
Dr.
ahead.
Webb, right now for our elementary schools that do the half-day preschool, we're able to do that because we're on a waiver?
No, so we're full-day pre-K at all of our pre-K centers. So that's EEA and every pre-K classroom in the South. What's still half a day is our 3-year-old program, Early Childhood Special Education, ECSE, is still at half a day. There's not a mandate to require that to go full day, but many districts do have that as a full-day program.
So with this Prop A, would we be able to go full day with that program also? Or is that something we're not ready for yet?
We would like to go full day, but I think that we have to make sure that we're meeting the state mandate to provide full-day pre-K for the 4 and 5-year-olds. So we wouldn't want to move too quick to go full-day 3-year-olds, and then we're not able, then we're back in the same boat that we're in right now with not enough capacity to meet our state mandate by law for 4 and 5-year-olds in pre-K.
Okay, we're ready to move to elements of the proposed Proposition B.
All right, before we get into the next set of propositions, just want to start with a brief look back and a reminder about why we have to have separate propositions. So in 2019, the state of Texas enacted law that requires school districts to split out propositions for certain special purpose projects. And so they very clearly defined what those are. Special purpose number 1 is a look at any construction, acquisition, renovation, or equipment of a stadium with a greater than 1,000 seating capacity. So that's why you'll see Tomball High School split out into Proposition C when we move forward. Special Proposition 2 would be the same for an auditorium. 3 is a recreational facility. In terms of recreational facility, that's what we'll be discussing tonight when we talk about our multi-program activity centers. Special purpose number 4, that would be for a performing arts facility, which we are not discussing in this bond proposition or package. And then special proposition number 6. I skip over 5 because 5 is tied to teacher housing. We're definitely not talking about teacher housing, so I'll leave that one off the list. So special proposition number 6 looks at the update of technology equipment that is not for safety and security purposes or the construction of a new facility. So again, the reason why we've got special propositions is it's a requirement by law with the state of Texas. So as I move through these next few propositions, that's why you're seeing these split out from Proposition A, whereas prior to 2019, all of these projects could be included under Proposition A, general purpose. Now they're required to be split out and taken to voters for separate approval. So Proposition B is going to focus on technology upgrades, and I missed my numbering there. A special purpose, this is number 6, as listed on the previous page. When we talk about the technology upgrades and updates, we're focusing on smart panel replacements. This is a look at replacement cycle for smart panels at very select campuses. This is Grand Oaks Elementary, Grand Lakes Junior High, and Tomball Star Academy. It is important to note that these are newer campuses, but our look with this bond package is out 5 to 7 years. So when we talk about Grand Oaks and elementary specifically, that campus opened in, I believe, 2020. So we're at year 5. We'll be heading into year 5. And as we get to the end of this bond cycle, bond 2025, the smart panels at that campus, Grand Lakes Junior High, Tomball Star Academy, will be coming due for replacement. And these are campuses that were not included in the smart panel replacements covered under Bond 2021. We'll also be talking about a district-wide student Chromebook refresh. That would be to restore and upgrade existing Chromebooks where needed, replace damaged Chromebooks, and purchase new Chromebooks for student growth. The focus here is remembering that when COVID hit, we went fully to implement and purchase a vast number of Chromebooks for our students that we're having to learn at home. And so with that purchase comes a replacement cycle that is now coming up and due during this bond package 2025. Again, this is not something where we would go out and we would purchase 23,000 Chromebooks right away. We would want to stagger that so we create a replacement cycle that becomes manageable as we move into the future. Along the same lines, we'll also be looking at staff devices and the refresh that's needed there to upgrade existing staff devices, our laptops, our desktop computers, purchase new staff devices as required for additional staff of growth for this district. So again, that is a district-wide refresh and a focus on staff device replacements. Proposition C, this is the one where we go into athletic upgrades for our facilities that have an excess of 1,000 seating capacity. So again, as I talked
Zach,
about earlier.
let's go ahead and wait, see if they have any questions on
Let's kinda
Prop
just
B.
go each prop.
Sure.
Any specific questions on Prop B?
Jennifer, you got your light on?
What was done in Bond 2021 for technology? Remind me.
Jason, would you like to take that question? Yeah. Just so you can hear it directly.
And much like transportation, because I know you're new to this, buses and technology tend to be in most bonds. It's not uncommon for that, although it may seem like, didn't you do it the last time? You'll continue to do it.
So under Bond 2021, we completed a number of projects. One of the biggest projects that we completed was a district-wide fiber optic network. Previously, we were using Comcast services for connections to our campuses, so that was one of our projects that we completed. We replaced the district's wireless network. The wireless access points were end of life and no longer supported when those were replaced. We replaced 22 computer labs, and we plan to replace additional computer labs this next year. We did add several parts of Chromebooks throughout the district for growth. So that has been occurring as part of ensuring we have adequate equipment for our students for growth. We replaced all of the classroom instructional technology with smart panels in classes that did not already have one, so that would be Grand Oaks, Grand Lakes, Tomball Star Academy, as well as the portions of Tomball Memorial that were included in the remodel in the previous bond. So we completed that project as well, replaced aging projection equipment, and placed smart panels in every classroom in the district. I'm doing this off the top of my head, so I'm trying to think. I believe that's the majority of the major projects that we've completed.
Thank you so much.
Anything else from the board for Prop B questions? Okay, let's go. Prop C, proposed items.
Okay. Again, Proposition C is going to be a focus on our athletic facilities with greater than 1,000 seating capacity. It'll refresh here in just a second. There we go. So much lower cost on this as opposed to what's in Proposition A because we're looking at a single facility. Tomball High School, the old Tomball Cougar Country Stadium, is the only additional facility beyond Tomball ISD Stadium at the Beckendorf complex that seats more than 1,000 in capacity. And so anything we do from a renovation upgrade to this facility, whether that's the replacement of the track, the turf, enhancing the lighting systems, this is going to be required to be its own standalone proposition for voters to approve or deny. And essentially, that's what you're seeing here. So that 2.8 million would be to replace turf. It would be to restripe the track, surfacing, as well as lighting upgrades at that facility to bring them into, up to date with LED fixtures and better lighting system there. This would be exactly comparable to what we're proposing at Tomball Memorial High School in Proposition A. So no facility is being left behind here. It's just that because of state law, it's requiring Tomball High School's facility to be split out as a separate proposition. And then just a few pictures that came from Dr. Gutierrez and team showing some of the current state of the field, the tracks. Again, Tomball High School and Tomball Memorial's turf went in I believe 2014. And I want to say that the tracks were done around the same time. So both items are 10 years old and pushing in excess of that.
Okay, so that's proposed items for the proposed Proposition C. Any questions by any board members? Okay, moving forward. Thank you, Zach. Let's move to the proposed items on the proposed Proposition D.
All right. Before I start with Proposition D, this looks a little different than when we discussed last week and even our presentation in January. At that time, we had a Proposition D at that time was addressing natatoriums. Through further discussion with the board, we determined that there was the request and look at delaying the building of the natatorium at Tomball West High School. With the removal of that project, that left about $880,000 for planned renovations to our existing natatoriums. Because that's such a reduced dollar amount, what we proposed as a district administration is that we pull that proposition off of the Bond 2025 package, not to completely say we're not doing those projects, but to come back and allocate general fund dollars to accommodate the renovations and repairs that were needed at our existing facilities. So rather than the $880,000 being in a separate proposition in Bond 2025, we would absorb that into the general fund and take care of those renovations. So Proposition D becomes our multi-program activity centers. And so when we talk about the multi-program activity centers, so you got a total projected cost of $76.7 million. That is because we'd be constructing 3 identical freestanding indoor general purpose facilities, one at each of our comprehensive high schools. So Tomball West High School, Memorial, as well as Tomball High. That would be, again, Dr. Gutierrez is going to talk about the use of that facility as we go on, but the details of that package, it's an 80-yard full field turf surface with eave heights up to 65 feet to allow for activities to occur within that facility that, say football, baseball, soccer, softball, you're going to be able to practice in there without the impacts of a roof that is too low. So the eave height really plays a factor in what you're able to do within the facility. Each of the facilities would have 2 very large restroom areas, office space, and a large general purpose room for meetings, for conference space, as well as just plenty of ample storage for all of the activity equipment. So just a little preview of what that may look like. The inside of this is another district in the state of Texas. I believe this is Melissa ISD up in the Dallas area, north of Dallas. And so you can see what we'd also include in this facility would be drop-down nets that would be able to split apart the facility in order to accommodate multiple activities at the same time. Again, we're proposing with all 3 facilities that they'd be fully air-conditioned, so not just big fans, fully air-conditioned space. A sample layout we have here, it is only marked to 50 yards, but the field can be marked up to 80. Obviously, you would go back down from the 50, 40, 30, 20, providing an end zone, as well as you can see all of the other space available for storage, for restrooms, meeting space. Along that, to the right-hand side, you also have stairs that would lead up to a observation deck, film deck, where you could utilize that space as well for filming activities within the activities within the facility. And then again, plenty of storage space for all of the activities that would take place there. And again, this can be overlaid with multiple configurations as far as striping goes to accommodate your additional activities. Location-wise, this is a look at Tomball High School. Where the blue box is just one potential site location. You could also go directly south there of the football stadium onto that area. Our consideration would be between those two areas, given, dependent upon what we would need to do to the site for detention requirements. Obviously, building in the city of Tomball is going to come with some additional detention that's not, potentially not already in place. So when you look at where the blue box is, that could also be shifted to just south of the Tomball ISD State, the Tomball High School Stadium there as a separate potential location. At Tomball Memorial, the proposed location would be directly behind the campus. That would take up a practice field, but that would be the location that would be suitable at Tomball Memorial. Again, there we would be looking at the additional detention requirements that might be needed in the event that we don't have enough on site already. And then at Tomball West High School, this is a hard image to read because the school's not there yet. But if you're looking at it, the bottom road there is Destination Drive. That road leads from the West Complex out to Mushki. And so the location for the multi-program activity center at Tomball West High School would be situated right along Destination Drive and right behind that, what will be the Tomball West High School baseball field. So then to continue discussion, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Gutierrez.
All right, continuing our conversation over the last couple of months about multi-program activity centers. As I mentioned last week, there are 115 of these facilities currently in use or being constructed as we speak. There was a question about how many districts does that represent. That's a total of 79 districts spanning 2A all the way to 6A. So again, these are facilities that have been in use and passed all across the state for several years. We're going to talk a lot about safety. I talked earlier about safety implications for turf upgrades. What we are looking at here with multi-program activity centers is protection from extreme conditions of heat and cold weather. I did a little test last week. Y'all did great. There were many of you who knew what this instrument is. This is a wet bulb globe temperature reader. Let's say that all together. No, I'm just kidding. This is a wet bulb globe temperature reader. It incorporates all of these factors to really tell the picture of the stress of heat and heat-related factors on the body. So it takes into account temperature, relative humidity, wind speed, solar radiation, sun angle, and cloud cover. You've probably heard of that infamous dry heat that other people talk about. It's, with the humidity and other factors that we experience here in the southern or Gulf Coast area. This provides a more accurate picture of what our students and our staff are exposed to on a daily basis. And so I shared this chart and this information last week as well. These are the wet bulb globe activity guidelines, and this outlines per UIL the type of activities that are allowed during those particular bands of weather. Many people, there are a lot of questions about what is Class 2 or what does Class 3 mean, and so on the top right you see how that is broken down into classification, Class 1, Class 2, Class 3, that is merely geographical, and keeping in consideration weather-related temperatures for that region. And so here again in Texas, in the Gulf Coast area, we fall under Class 3, and so we would be bound by these guidelines, first and foremost, that ensure student and staff safety. And so again, we're going to spend a lot of time talking about what this means for our students. So again, there was a lot of conversation from parents across the spectrum, athletics, fine arts, ROTC programs, across the board programs, students who are participating in activities that they love. The main driver was safety and protection from the elements. This is what our parents, primarily our parents, asked us to consider, that these are not a want, these become a need when we start looking at the data and the impact of heat and weather on our staff and our students. I already talked about all of those measures. And again, a lot of people will ask, how does this relate to heat index? This is a different measure, a more complex measure, but we have put some of those comparisons locally for our coaches to understand what the implications are when you look at, say, heat index, which is a more commonly understood or known measure. So let's take a look at this. I can respect that as someone who said that, back in my day, practice didn't start until you expelled lunch, right? And so that has changed over time, right? It is hotter. This is not here to necessarily discuss the causes of why it is hotter. The facts and the data suggest that these are the hottest summers that we're facing in our time. So back in the day, it wasn't as hot. And so what does that look like data-wise, right? I'm not just saying this. At Houston Hobby, so we're looking at the airport, we broke daily records last year 4 to 3 times. Nighttime lows, and we're supposed to get a little bit of reprieve from that heat. 57 times we broke heat records. Last year, we had the most heat waves since 1936. So all of this data would suggest that these conditions are posing significant heat threats or weather-related threats. So much so that Sebastian Coe, who is the president of the World Athletics Association, he says the global temperature is continuing to rise. It should be viewed as an existential threat to our ability to do sport, our ability to march in the band. All of these things come into question with heat-related exposure. And so let's take a look at what this means for Tomball ISD. A big shout out to our athletic department, athletic director Kevin Flanagan, our athletic trainers, Carissa Sprayberry, Kefren Savannah at Tomball Memorial and Tomball High School that have put together this guidance. This is local guidance for our coaches for specific sports and what we are allowed to do in relation to a water policy, how many breaks, the duration of the break, if we can even have outdoor practice at all. These temperatures, the wet bulb globe temperature is we're required to take a measurement 15 minutes before the start of an outdoor activity, so that if you're talking about marching band or the NJROTC practicing for a national competition, we are required to take that temperature and subsequently every 30 minutes, keeping track of the wet bulb globe temperature, all in the name of student and staff safety. So let's also not forget, we have not just heat, but we also have cold weather that our students face. And so we do have protections and guidelines for cold weather as well. I did make a note here, and there was a question about those 100 days. And so we're going to talk a little bit about the weather impact in Tomball ISD in 2024. This spans two school years. The 23-24 school year with the spring semester and the 24-25 semester school year with the fall semester, to just give you a snapshot of what this looks like in the district. And so we're actually more than 100 days. We're 167 days that were impacted by weather. And so when you take a look at cold, it's pretty self-explanatory. That can be whether it be a snowstorm or, again, we hit a specific wind chill that does not allow for activities outside. A storm, those could be lightning strikes. Those can be inclement weather, tornadoes, things of that nature. The rapid cooling zone, this is what we need to see. I want to pay particular attention to the red and to the black. These are heat accommodations. So if we are in the red, what is a rapid cooling zone? What does that mean? If we hit a certain specific temperature, a band in the wet bulb globe, we are required to have essentially a cooling tub at each of our locations, that if our student reaches a core temperature that requires an immediate drop in their temperature for their safety, we have to have those resources available for students to submerge themselves in ice cold water. Let's take, for example, it's February, right? But Friday, unseasonably warm. We had a baseball game at Tomball High School. We had a scrimmage softball game. We had a soccer game. Each one of those locations required our athletic directing staff to have a cooling zone in February at each one of those locations. So we're talking about a large tub filled with a tremendous amount of ice. We run a small but mighty team. And so you're talking about, well, what's the big deal, right? We have a handful of people that are managing all of these resources to keep our students and staff safe. So the ability to have indoor practice facility minimizes the impact to our staff, because they're the ones having to haul this ice and things around, so for their safety, but also considering the athletes and the coaches. The heat specifically, those were in the black. That does incorporate some days where outdoor activities are not allowed. And so there was a question last week, how many days were we in the black? That would be no practice, no outdoor activities. These would be the days that we're practicing at 5 a.m. because the afternoon does not allow that. This is a very manual process, and so I do apologize. I don't have this up in a slide. But again, recognition to our athletic directing staff who were crunching the numbers to be able to provide this year how many days in the black where we could not participate in outdoor activities. So in May, 1. In June, there were 8 days. July, 9 days. August, should be no surprise, 19 days where we could not practice outside during the peak time. What does that look like for last year? Last year, by the way, was hotter. We had 23 days in the black in August. And then in September, we had 4. Let me show you in a different way. This is month by month, all of the data that I just showed you here represented in a graph. January, these are all of the days, 100% is all of the days in that month. And so you can see the gray is the unaffected days, all of the indicators down below. And so you can see in January, the majority of our days were unaffected by the weather. Yes, it was cold, but still manageable. We did have a few days. You see it broken down by percentage in the next one. You also see that represented with the actual number within each. This should not be a surprise to see that curve when you look beginning in April all the way through October, November, the impact of heat, the impact of weather on our students and staff. And so take a look in the peak of summer in June, July, and August. Again, virtually no days where we could participate outside. There are some days, Sundays and other weekends that we were not practicing. If we were on the calendar a full year around, I'd imagine that day, August, would be 100% filled with impact-related days. Let's take a look at this another way so you can kind of see the exact number. Oh, I do want to highlight one thing here. All the way down at the end, let's get down to the bottom line. What does this mean? 50% of our days, our students in Tomball, your children, my children, the 23,000 students in this district, are being exposed to potentially unsafe weather conditions. Our coaches, who you heard the impact that we had our parents talking about, those that have shaped their life, we also need to ensure that we're protecting our staff that are coaching and shaping those young men and women. And so 50% of the days in Tomball are impacted by the weather. So we have an opportunity to invest in the safety and security of our students, to provide them a safe place to do the things that they love to do and that bring our community and our parents such pride when they are doing them on full display for everyone to see how awesome Tomball is. So here we go, again, visually represented in a different way. This will just show you the number of days within that month that were impacted by weather. So taking a transition, how did other districts get these things passed? We have 115 of them standing right now. What was the argument? What was the rationale? And again, it is multi-use. We talked about multi-program activity centers. This is not just semantics. We have all of these activities are rooted in academics. We're rooted in program. And so let's take a look at how other districts are using them. You have your CTE classrooms, fine arts, indoor field activities, lots of great pictures later where I can show you real implications, how our students can use these facilities. Take a look to the far right. let's not get distracted because I know Mr. Bowles talked about the cost of inflation over the last several years. So that 13 or 18 million, think, hey, how come we can't get those prices? There are many factors that go into the type or when these were built. And so Mr. Bowles already covered the cost of what that would be for the district. And so again, band, drill team, color guard, robotics competitions. Imagine hosting a circuit of robotics competitions. You have one at the Ag Show, 3 other sites at our multi-purpose facilities. I'm already getting excited at the possibilities. We have all of our athletic practices, a job fair, GT showcase. Never again will your elementary field day be rained out. You could potentially even go to the grocery store after a field day because you won't be so sweaty potentially, but there might be some slime or fun things that elementary teachers and principals do for fun day. Senior sunrise or sunset, you'll be inside. If it's raining, you might not be able to have that experience. At least let's get the seniors their sunrise or their sunset. These are all opportunities when we're thinking about the multi-use for these facilities. Also, community use as well. Imagine hosting a birthday party. You want to have all of your son or their daughter, all of their athletic team over for a birthday party or a different event, your kickball tournament or a different league, indoor soccer, something that you're doing that can be, we can utilize our existing processes for facility rentals and actually turn this into an enterprising activity. So not only will our students benefit, but we can reinvest some of those dollars into the use of the facility. So, yes, I'm not going to lie, football players will be able to practice on this facility. It is striped for a football. I'm not going to deny that we will have one of those programs be football or athletics. But I'd like to tell you, this is bigger than football. There was a tremendous amount of conversation of individuals who don't have children who play sports, who are interested in the other co-curricular aspects. Specifically, fine arts was one program, whether it be, again, obviously you have your marching band, your color guard. Those are programs where we have high interest. Our students are competing and are successful, and we want to ensure that they have what they need. So this is very much bigger than football. Yes, in Texas, dare I say, something could be bigger than football, but I think that shows the how important this is. So let's take a look at some of the other examples. Marching band and color guard. These are actual real pictures from, I believe, Keller ISD, and the below is a rendering from a multi-program activity center in Gregory Portland ISD that is under construction currently. Apologize for the delay here and the click. Mr. Bowles also talked about the striping, the inlays of striping. So we would also be very creative in how we stripe these facilities. You see all of the different sports that can be housed in this facility: baseball, softball. The center, lower center track or photo has inlay of striping for track and also additional space for soccer, for indoor soccer. Mr. Bowles also mentioned the ability to drop down netting to create chambers, and so our students can practice even golf, taking out the driver and being able to really practice and utilize that facility. So again, emphasizing the multi-program use of it. I did mention a robotics tournament, and so that is a picture of a neighboring district or a district in the state that has a multi-program activity center that has hosted a robotics tournament. I believe the picture on the bottom left is a field day for an elementary campus. We have a variety of indoor sports. I believe that was a kickball tournament at the top. Here is a picture again, how an example of how these facilities can be chambered off to create multiple little sections so individual sports can participate. So imagine the baseball team is in one section, you have the soccer team having a scrimmage while your NJROTC is practicing for the national competition. We also have wonderful activities. You've heard of our challenge days. If you have participated or if you are staff, many times we are monitoring the weather. Dr. Webb and his team do a tremendous job of setting all of the equipment up for wonderful learning experiences for our students, only to have to tear them down because of inclement weather and have to set them up for a new date. Potentially all of our students will have exposure and opportunity to really engage and see learning come to life for them. Let's take a look now. You say, yes, of course, you say it's bigger than football. Let me see the nuts and bolts of how this is used day in and day out. So I'm going to flip through quickly just to show you visually what this looks like. Every single color represents a different program. Co-curricular activities, you see, yes, there's football practice, but also the drill team is there. You have cheer, color guard, you have your PE class, ROTC, a variety of different programs. Again, here's another example. This example goes back to 2019, just showing you that these facilities have been around. There are models for successful usage. We have already partnered and reached out to athletic directors, to fine arts directors, to learn insights and how we can maximize utilization for all of our students. Again, here's another example, 2019, 2020. So again, we have a variety of resources where we know this is possible. Also, just want to draw specific attention to where you see two squares happening simultaneously. This would be an example of where those chambers can be dropped down, and you could have multiple programs participating in their activities at one time. If I can just also draw your attention to the last box across each one of those days is designated for rentals. And so each night, potentially these could also be incorporated into our facility use process for external rentals. And based on the utilization of our natatoriums, our gyms, we are pretty confident that these would be, when they're not being used, first and foremost by Tomball ISD in our community, they could be potentially used for enterprising activities. Okay. So again, I also mentioned, in addition to this information, a responsibility to share what the flavor of the conversation was of the steering committee. And so again, we've talked a lot about maintaining some of our older facilities, reducing some of the disparity between some of the newer build versus some of our historic or older facilities, needing to maintain and keep up to date and standard so that our students have equity and experience. But again, highlighting the safety concern. I would be remiss if I did not drive that point home enough to where parents see this as a matter of safety, allowing their students to do the things that they love in a safe environment. Definitely a recognition that the co-curricular activities, this is bigger than football, and understanding that there are clubs and associations, whether we're talking about the Patriots or the Red Cats football, the Sophisticats in cheer, right? Like, those are the students that we need to be considering. That's the future of Tomball ISD. These are the students, their parents have selected Tomball from all of the neighboring school districts because of our history of excellence, and I think it's our responsibility. Zach talked a lot about maintaining our financial standing to not push off debt on the future generation. Well, it's our job to then take their hard work and invest for the future generation. We know we were within 500 votes of this passing in Bond 2021, so open acknowledgement that yes, this was proposed before, but also recognizing we did not access, we as in the parents, speaking for those that were on the committee, did not access and utilize those networks. I mentioned a couple of smaller organizations that feed up. These are our students that participate on Saturdays, that are on our fields after hours on rentals, engaging them and knowing that this is something that we want and something that we need. There was a question about perception, and I'm glad that that was brought up because it's unfortunate that there is a lot of misinformation, and the source of that misinformation, it could be intentional or not. And so we can feign we don't know the answer to some things, but the truth of the matter is there are some things that the public would not know about our facilities. We do an exceptional job of providing a phenomenal experience for our families. They choose us. And so to say that we shortchange the process, or someone to say we didn't give them enough, when that same person potentially did. Tell me and another staff member, I can't believe you have access to such rich data, that you have this strong demographic data, that you are provided with such financial data, commending us, yet to then later say that that wasn't enough. So I think it's also a responsibility for us to share. That process was commended by individuals that participated. Our staff wouldn't know the age of our fleet and what it takes to chill a 6A high school of 3,200 students. That's our job as professionals. And I'll tell you, there are individuals here that do a phenomenal job, and I want to acknowledge and applaud all of them. And so when we did a facility steering committee process, it's not semantics, facility study. We did a deep dive that did require 5 meetings. It did require a little bit of extra time. This was not that. So to say we cut the corner or we did something different is just not true. So in this bond steering committee, we knew we have been working as a team to identify those critical infrastructures, the bus issues that we do such a good job of hiding. Because you know what? That bus is going to be there. That facility will be ready for you, rain or shine, because of the people in this room. So I want to honor them and say, 3, for what we needed to do, we shared the information. The individuals on that committee, they clearly voiced their support for what needs to happen. And so I just wanted to openly talk about why we decided 5 versus 3. We are much more direct in this process because what we're asking requires it. No one else would know it. We don't like to share these pictures. It hurts me to show that. But you know what? That's what we have. And I ask you to please support. Apologize for the soapbox, but that was something I felt the committee, you needed to hear from the committee and honor the work of the folks in this room. So I apologize for the lengthy comments. Moving on. What else did we prioritize? This speaks for itself. Our community supported maintaining our facilities that are older, that need some of that maintenance to continue excellence. Thank you.
That's the end of Proposition D. We'll take any questions that you may have.
Mark, I'm going to go Mark first, and then we'll go to Tina. Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, so on the multi-use facilities, I have a question. Where did the wet bulb guidance originate from?
The wet bulb globe temperature is not a new instrument. Actually, many of you who've been in the military probably understand some of this even.
No, I understand that. Where did the
UIL.
guidance for us applying it?
The guidance comes from the UIL.
Okay, so if we do not abide by that, there are several consequences. One could be medical issues with our children, correct? Heat
Yes,
stroke,
sir.
et cetera?
Yes.
What would be the penalty from UIL?
I mean, first and foremost, I think our focus is on the impact of students. And so I'm sure like other UI-related activities, there'd be formal investigation and or sanctions if there was, I'm sure, where we were shown to be negligent. But the impact is student safety, and so we take those precautions first and foremost as number
No,
one.
I understand that, and I agree with it entirely. I'm just going down a path to see all of the consequences that could occur. Currently, we're trying to mitigate that through practicing either at 5 o'clock in the morning or 7 or 8 o'clock at night. But
Yes,
because
sir.
of the facilities, we're probably somewhat limited as to who and when they can practice, right?
That is correct. And so, again, that's really the responsibility of the campus principal working with the campus athletic coordinator to manage and schedule all of those activities to try to give everyone some time. But the bulk of those do have to happen before or very late in the day.
And how does that affect the students themselves, academically or any other way?
Well, First and foremost, I think the impact of rest and sleep on the body, right? So the more that we ask students to show up at 5, and that's not showing up at 5, that's ready to go at 5, and so there's waking up early. Or if you're having games and practice very late at night, that means, again, compacting the hours of sleep students have to, that need to refuel their bodies. So clearly there's some safety and sleep implications, and we have had parents reach out regarding the impact on sleep.
All right, that's all I have. Thank you.
Tina?
I think last week I asked a question, what about tennis for the indoor facilities?
Like some of the other facilities, if it has an ability to lay down a surface that would be suitable for tennis, I'm not sure exactly what type. I mean, there are lots of opportunities, but if we're able to lay something down, it has potential to do tennis or a pickleball or something of that nature. I know, and I know pickleball is a sensitive subject, but again, if a floor could be laid
Tennis
down
for
without
sure.
hurting, there are possibilities.
John, and then we'll go to Jennifer.
Okay. So let's go back. I think we may have run this before, but let's run it again. On slide 92, you did show what appeared to be maybe a different structure in the bottom left. So I know we've talked about what is going to be the most economical yet hit Tomball ISD standards for a structure. So it looks like the bottom left appears to me, just looking at it, maybe that's some kind of bubble type thing. So have we explored those different routes, and why did we land on the structural steel metal siding?
I believe most of the indoor facilities that we've seen, that 115, utilize more of a metal siding just to long-term infrastructure durability. There are a few of the more bubble structures, but again, all of that is going to be, as Zach mentioned before, the design, cost-cutting features, and so each local district makes some decisions depending on length. They want it longer, they want it air-conditioned, and so you find other ways to maybe short on the bubble or the eaves with steel. And so, again, that would just be a local decision depending on the features and costs being one of those.
Okay, so that begs the question then, is there a cost differential, or have we explored the cost differential between a structural steel metal building and some other type of building material?
So Robert with LANE just brought up a good point with those bubbles. The UV resistance on that material only lasts 10 years. So you're replacing that periodically, whereas with the steel structure, the metal, it's going to be more durable over the life expectancy of the facility.
And how, what is the cost differential?
That number I do not have for you today.
Okay. I mean,
between the two.
If the difference in life is 5 times, but the difference in cost is 8 times, I'd like to understand what that difference is. Is there a way to rough that out by tomorrow? I mean, just approximate.
We can pull it together.
Okay. Order of magnitudes. Okay.
Jennifer.
Do other schools in our district have these, or are they constructing these, the Klein schools and the Magnolia schools?
I believe nearby, this area where there are very few, there is a higher concentration further up north, but we are seeing an increase in at least bond attempts for this. I believe Barbers Hill may be one of our closer neighbors that has one of these, but there are
Sheldon. We went to go see that.
Sheldon.
And we are hearing more conversation amongst the superintendents, because remember, the UIL rules have become much more strict. This is recent, which has created our concern about all the things that have been discussed the last 3+ hours.
One comment I heard from parents is that, will practicing in air conditioning affect their performance when they have to play out in the heat in competition?
That's a great question. There are also acclimation rules for UIL to also help with that. We don't believe, again, that players and teams are going to be practicing all practices indoor AC conditions. And so there is a process, a weather acclimation for that. And so all of that will be taken into account.
The idea of using it for elementary field days, I don't think we have so field days take a lot of parent volunteers to run, and I don't even think we would have the parking at the high schools for parents to come, because it would be during a school day when the parking lot's already filled. I'm just asking how that would possibly work.
Considering that these are not built yet, but I know that in all of our past construction, we will have sufficient parking. Knowing that this is going to be a high-need facility, there will be sufficient parking that will be part of the planning process.
Additional parking would be part of this project.
When you consider the totality of the footprint, and if we need to put additional parking, we will comply with all of the requirements as it relates to parking.
And on that, I would think any field day would be, contingency plan. We'd probably run buses. We'd probably come up with creative means to solve for parking, right?
I'm not sure we would be able to have adequate parking for
Yeah.
that one type of day in event. If we needed to, as mentioned, we could run a bus, or it may not work for that event if we're going to need so many additional parents to supervise or chaperone.
Of course we would bus students. I don't think we can bus parents, can we?
We can.
Okay.
Depending on the situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a possibility. It is a possibility.
Yeah, it is a
Okay.
possibility.
Just wanted to make sure before we advertise that as a possible use, I want to make sure that that's thought through. What is different about this proposal or the way it be marketed or that would be, we think would be a different outcome than 2021?
As I mentioned previously, the primary driver and the big difference between 2021 and now is the emphasis on safety. One, new UIL requirements for wet bulb globe. It is hotter. There's greater acknowledgement that we are at a disadvantage, both from a safety standpoint and, dare I say, competitively. And so that was the big piece, safety.
So said differently, the wet bulb UIL requirement didn't come into play until sometime
2 years ago.
So the beginning of the academic year 2021? No?
22.
22?
Or 23, 24.
So the bond 2021 was on the November 2021 ballot.
Yes, sir.
At that point, there wasn't a wet bulb requirement.
Not to this extent, clearly.
Yeah.
The existential threat of the heat, but not these requirements.
So this has developed since bond 2021, November 2021, when it was on the ballot.
Correct.
Okay.
Good
And
point.
we think more people will understand that to make the outcome different than what we had just 3 years ago.
I can tell you this from a personal perspective. I had probably three of the toughest kids. My daughter probably being tougher than my two boys in many fronts. She came home on several occasions as a silver star and said, "Dad, it was so hot. It was 110 degrees, and all the girls were throwing up." I mean, those are the kind of things that I think will resonate more, at least as I think about the feedback I've gotten on the heat. It's to be determined, certainly, if, one, we have to decide if it's going to be, on the call, but two, if it makes it on the ballot, and then three, put it up to the community, right? Okay, anything else? Okay, I have a couple questions. So the athletic director, if this happens, the athletic director on those campuses will not be the owner and scheduler of those facilities.
That is correct.
This is a multi-program facility.
Yes, sir.
The athletic director will not have the keys or be the one scheduling these facilities.
Correct.
Okay.
And they're called impacts, multi-program activity center.
Got it.
So it will be fine arts.
You
it
get the
will
meaning
be-
of my question.
I do. And I think it's a great point. They will be involved as Paulette Tomlinson and others.
Okay. The weather that we just had a couple weeks ago for the FFA Project Show Week, we actually had a special rodeo day planned that was canceled. Would that type of event fit into this kind of facility? Would we potentially shift it if weather I mean, are they yin and yang here? How could we make this work for that?
Yes, before Dr. Webb jumps in, just want to qualify, we were actually closed those 2 days due to weather, and so that was one of the reasons why we couldn't have it. But theoretically, yes, due to weather, we could relocate and have those events inside the Impacts and Multi-Program Activity Center.
Got it. Had we not been closed, that event would have taken place at the Agriculture Center, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, got it. I forgot we were closed that day. But,
Because the water was turned off.
yeah, but we could have
Yes.
that event at one of these facilities. Okay. I can tell you, we've had some consolation conversations in my home when field days have been canceled. And so the point about field days and whether or not that's possible, I think that would resonate well with hopefully some of our principals. I think that's it for me on the questions. Any other questions on, you got a question?
I have a question, but it's not on the multi-use
Okay.
facilities. This is going back to the track and stadium at Tomball High School. The pictures that you showed of the track, looks like there's places that's in pretty bad shape. We actually have track meets there, don't we?
Yes, sir.
Or do
Yes,
we
we
just?
do. Yes, we do. On something like that, we would just minimize the use of potentially that lane, so we just extend say a track meet of fewer folks going in one heat, for example. But we find ways to mitigate those to be least impactful to students.
So are those safety concerns?
Absolutely. Again, a big driver in these are one, cost replacement cycle, and student and staff safety.
But haven't we also hosted the district track meet there the last couple of years at Tomball High School Stadium?
Yes, we have.
So it's not really a good look for.
It is not a good look, and I'll tell you, it's a little disheartening from neighbors when they say, hey, I thought this was destination excellence. We need to ensure that that excellence washes over all aspects of our district.
Okay, any other questions? Prop A, Prop B, Prop C, Prop D proposals. One more question. Another question. Tina.
I know we have digital timing for the track meets at the high school level. Are we, I didn't see it proposed in any of the bonds for the junior high level track meets. Is that?
I prefer not to. I'll have to double check on that. I do know we are looking at also track upgrades to junior highs, but I'm not for certain that the digital timing is part of that, but we can confirm.
I was just curious.
I'd like
Okay.
to chime in one more time?
Go ahead.
Okay. This is a little bit more of a, I guess, a comment. So Zach, going back to what you talked about with the bond indebtedness and structuring the debt, that type thing. And as far as, the state allowing us, go out 40 years with bonds, that type thing, and statements by individuals about how, this is bonded indebtedness that puts debt on our grandchildren. I thought about those comments, and interestingly, in Bond 2000, our oldest daughter was in, I guess, third grade at the time, fourth grade. So we passed Bond 2000. She graduated in 2010. And she now has children and has moved back to the district. Well, 25 years later, this year, theoretically, we've paid off all the bonded indebtedness that she had the ability to enjoy.
Yes, we've.
So now, her kids, who will start in Tomball ISD in a few years, they'll enjoy the benefits of something like this bond. And again, 25 years later, maybe my grandson's children will be here, and that bond will have been paid off. So I think it's interesting to see that it benefited my children, and now they're back, and they're going to be asked to move forward on a bond that's going to benefit their children. And 25 years later, so anyways, I just thought that was interesting. It was just a comment I wanted to make.
Thank you, John. Okay,
I have one more
any other
question. I'm
questions?
sorry.
Amanda?
Can you just remind us, Dr. Z, how many people were on that bond committee, community members and staff members combined? I know.
So we had a large number of staff members that just stood in the back and helped facilitate whenever there was, because there was a table discussion, but the actual committee was 29?
25,
25.
16,
25
parents
total.
and community, and 9 staff.
Yeah, so 25 total, but remember, that's representation, as was mentioned earlier to one of the questions that was Jennifer asked, from all levels, parents, community members, some with, some without children in the district, different, red, blue, purple, black, gold, all sides.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I did have one more. And this might be a Dr. Webb question with delivery of curriculum, or it might be a Dr. Zamora question, I'm not sure. The technology refresh. I'm certainly all for our secondary students having computers. What do you say to the growing concern of parents that our elementary kids in particular are just on the screens too much during their school day?
So even with the refresh of the package, we would not be a one-to-one district. These computers would not be going home with students. They would be assigned to classrooms, and they are used based on the activity or the nature of that assignment. However, it's important to know, of course, we're not having technology every single day, but there are technology standards that we have to meet that begin at kindergarten. And state testing starts in grades 3 and up, and all of that is online right now, and there is very few exceptions for a student not to take that online assessment. So we have to begin, and then even pushing down to kindergarten and first grade, typing, keyboarding. Our third grade students are required to write in, extended constructed responses on the state test, the ECRs, that require significant amounts of writing, but they're not doing it by paper and pencil. So we have to begin to expose students to keyboarding, kindergarten and first grade, and that also is a part of the technology standards.
Yeah, I understand the state is forcing us to do STAR online, and that's unfortunate, in my opinion. Have we, as a district, given up on paper and pencil? Have we given up on teaching cursive handwriting? Is it just a foregone conclusion? I think the concern is continuing to our kids are just going to be on the screens more and more, even at the little bitties.
Handwriting is still part of our curriculum. It's required by the state law. So we're still working on handwriting, but at the same time, we also have to move forward with keyboarding. I think that we strike the right balance in our district, and I think that you can see that from the academic outcomes that we're achieving as early as kindergarten on our phonemic awareness and phonics, those non-technology type skills that have to develop in order for us to have good readers. That's developing. But I understand your question, and it's important for us always to keep an eye on the correct balance.
Okay. At this time, that concludes the presentation.
You want the final slide?
Oh, is there a final slide?
The final slide.
There's
Let's
one
do
more, 103.
One total recap. Just to recap the totals for the total bond package with Proposition A and all proposed projects.
Sorry.
That comes in at $331.5 million. For Proposition B at $18 million, Proposition C 2.8, and Proposition D 76.7 million for a total bond 2025 package of just over $429 million.
103.
Oh, and that is just a very high-level project schedule, just to identify some of those things you wanted to know about. What could we kick off if we move into a May bond election and go forward. I wouldn't specifically talk about all the things that we could potentially complete, because I think the more important thing to keep in mind there is just getting started. The long lead times for some of these items, bus fleets, facility infrastructure replacements, fine arts, athletics, those are all things that can be ramped up and done some right at the beginning, some spread over time, but it's going to be dependent upon what actually ends up in this bond package, what passes by the community if we so choose to take that forward to the voters. And so we would rework this projected schedule to accommodate what we can afford as far as our tax rate to make sure that we're still mindful of our responsibility with our debt management.
And for clarity, elementary 13, although it's removed as an elementary, we still would, of course, do the land purchase and the site development if this board so approves. And the final slide, 103. Thank you. 104. Oh, geez, 104.
Okay, with that, we are going to take a short recess and catch a breath here. Time is now 10:19. Okay, the board has now reconvened for our workshop meeting. The time is 10:28.
The next report item we have is the annual performance report. Mark White, our Assistant Superintendent of Accountability, will bring us that brief report.
With a keyword on brief. President Pratt, Dr. Salazar-Zamora, members of the board. Every district does have to produce an annual report by policy, and this is a compilation report of several more detailed reports that you've received throughout the year, mostly surrounding performance of the district and campuses and financial reports. Oops, I went the wrong way. Okay. So the purpose and content of this report is to have in one singular report those the TAPR, which is the Texas Academic Progress Report, which the state does release in late December. The report and this meeting are required to take place within 100 days of that release, and thus it's on today's agenda for you guys. This report does include the compilation does include those individual reports, including district accreditation status, a series of required discipline reports, school violence prevention policies, the TPER reports. The TPER reports are actually published by the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, and it lets us know about matriculation, how well do our kids move towards college after they're leaving us, which is our core mission. And a status update on the early literature, math, and CCMR goals, which I'll mention a little bit more in detail. And then I've included a list of resources in the back. That first section about district information includes our profile, major program description, special programs, list of campuses, and our basic demographics from the 23-24 school year. The annual reports, which is the bulk of these reports, because it stretches from page 21 to past page 500, includes those performance objectives from each of our campuses for the CIP goals, which you guys approved for the 23-24 school year. Accountability ratings were suspended for that school year, and so I do have in its place the notification from the state explaining why we do not have accountability ratings. Likewise, the accreditation status, which is attached to the accountability ratings, are holdovers from the 22-23 school year, and I included the documentation from the state directing all districts to do so. The discipline reports on page 505, along with a series of your policies for school violence prevention on page 508. Those matriculation reports appear towards the end on page 509. On the early literacy math plan and the subsequent CCMR plan, those appear in a different part of your policy, and the board does approve those goals in 5-year cycles. They're actually annual goals for 5 years at a time. We're actually at the end, 23-24 was the end of that first 5-year cycle of those goals, which the board does approve for those particular areas, early literature and CCMR. When we first, another agenda item that you guys have is to adopt a new plan for the next 5-year cycle. I did want to tie those two together for you to help advise a little bit from this report on that agenda item. So when we first had these goals set up 5 years ago, we did not have in place our early literacy plan, which curriculum department developed afterwards. And since that time, we've also adopted a new strategic plan, which in particular has a goal around CCMR. So for those two areas in the agenda item, which you do have, I'm actually suggesting that instead of having a new plan or a competitive plan, that we just recognize of the plans that you've already adopted, that there are sections which do comply with the requirements for this particular plan. That way we can just do a little bit of overlap on plans that you've previously reviewed and have approved, and it keeps us all clear in our goal setting. The appendix in the back includes some glossaries and links to everything on the TEA website, which helps to support and give additional detail as well. The report's already over 500 pages, so I think it's best that we just have some detail links for people who want to do a little bit more in-depth research. I did want to bring out a little bit of highlights from this. Most of the data that you do have in here, you have seen with the performance reports, or with the superintendent's evaluation. There's a different series of reports. However, when we do look at our growth rates, we don't actually have a separate report that comes to you guys in that area, and we have not seen that portion of our accountability. I did want to take a little bit of time to give a shout out to the district and the hard work that we do. Academic growth in our district is very strong. Our campuses usually have a chance to look at comparative data with the 40 campuses that they are most like in the state. However, we haven't had those reports in over 2 years, and we have had a reset in our accountability system and a refresh with our STAR assessment as well. So I did want to share what that looks like for us if we look at how Tomball does with comparative growth. We're that yellow line at the top, and the other lines are our surrounding school districts. So when we look at the efficacy of our program across populations, we have strong evidence of student growth within the systems and the programs that we have. When we look at the two ethnic populations that are most frequently used inside our domain 3 or closing the gaps calculations, we see that Tomball is also a strong leader in the region in terms of growth. And so across populations, our focus on high quality education and high standards for all students is actually evidenced inside of the data that we can see. Outside of ethnic groups, the two program populations that are used inside that part of accountability are emergent bilingual and special education students. And again, it helps to round off the picture of the efficacy of growing our students with our current program. The CCMR indicators I wanted to show here were how well the chart that you guys see is the percentage of our students who met CCMR indicators is the highest bar over there. As we go across, you can meet it in several different ways, but I did want to show how our students compared with total CCMR, how they compared with TSI for reading and math together, how they compared with meeting that with AP, or they may have brought IB scores. Some of those other districts have IB scores as well. How we did with dual credit, and you'll see that we have a really big lead there, and also with SAT. In the final graph that you see here, it's our matriculation rate. And so when you look at Tomball and our surrounding school districts, it's easy to see that we lead in 4-year matriculation. When you add 2-year matriculation on that, then we have a really big advantage over our surrounding school districts. So it's not just preparing our kids with high quality programming, but it's also the really heavy duty work of our counseling program and making sure that our kids are connected to those college opportunities and take advantage of them. And I said I'd be brief, and so I'd like to move on to any questions that you may have.
Hey, Mark.
Yes.
I think that set of slides requires a round of applause. That was impressive. I mean, such a serious topic, but amazing results.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, if the report is fine, then I will go through the rest of our process of having it published on our website, which is the rest of the policy. Okay?
Thank you so much,
very
Mark.
I did have a, I did look through
Yes,
the
ma'am.
report. Do you have it in front of you?
No, ma'am, I don't have the
So
full
just make a
report.
note, page 61, the average class sizes for the elementary school. I think there's a mistake in there because it showed that our grades, I think it was 2, 3, and 4, or 3, 4, and
That's
5.
at the elementaries.
Yeah, it showed like 32 average class size. That can't be right.
We have a little bit of an anomaly in that calculation. You are right that that looks funny. There's a little bit of anomaly in our calculation, and it has to do with the way that we do our grouping in elementary schools, where we have a singular teacher listed as a teacher,
and they
but the
switch.
class actually gets
Yeah.
split up
Okay.
in a different way. So in practice, it does look that way on paper. In our practice, typically we don't have a class that's that big, especially for reading.
Is that something we as board members could ask the state to change the way that that's because that's,
You may absolutely ask the state to change that for us, but I'll
Ask away.
for your benefit, I'll provide a little bit more of a detailed answer to that question so that you can just see how that actually pans out when you look inside of the classroom. But luckily, that number doesn't go into any accountability calculations,
Okay.
but it is an anomalous number when we look at it.
or could we put a little asterisk or something on the
I can
report so that
absolutely
parents?
I could do that in the resources. That's a great idea. I can absolutely include that in the resources.
And then one other thing I noticed was the teacher incentive allotment, our average payout on that. Why is it so much lower than the state average of the amount of the payout?
I'm not sure. I haven't
It may
been
be-
able to look
it
at
may
the
be a
state.
follow-up for later.
We're only year one,
Yeah.
by the way, and so we only have one generation that's been approved so far, and it may be related to that. Dr. Chinroll?
So we actually have more groups of teachers that are eligible for the teacher incentive allotment than any other district that I'm aware of. We were quite aggressive with that, but it is related to a variety of factors, but one of them is the demographics of your district. And so districts who have a higher, lower socioeconomic will receive more funds. And then campuses, even within our district, receive various, a teacher at one campus who has the same growth as a teacher at another campus might get a different amount of money depending on the demographics of the campus. So there's a lot built into the formula, but it's the demographics.
Any other questions for Mr. White? All right, thank you so much, Mark.
you.
Very good. Thank you for your brevity. So team, because it is February, the month of Valentine's Day and the week of Valentine's Day, when we think of all the things that we love, we certainly love all of you and would love for you to go ahead and exit so that you can get a good night's rest and be prepared for our kiddos in the morning. Now, that doesn't include executive team. We love you too, but we need you here. Anybody else that feels the need to run out? Be safe. We will complete our meeting, and then we have a special meeting after this. Thank the president for that.
Do we have to do the panorama report as a key thing to your performance of review?
No. We can actually, why don't we just provide it to you in a review?
We don't need to do the special meeting.
Okay.
Unless there's some
That's perfect. I can do a sim.
parliamentarian thing we need to worry about.
No.
It's posted, but
Well, you gotta gavel in.
you got to what?
I have to gavel in. But I mean, why not do it?
Okay.
Ready? Now review the business agenda for February 11th, 2025 for tomorrow evening. First will be, in this conversation, I want to just go ahead and review the consent agenda item, which is a donation for the amount of $154,622. Thank you to all of you that are, some of you are much closer involved with the Tomball Ed Foundation, but I know all of you support the Ed Foundation. So thank you for that. We're excited about all that those dollars will provide to our classrooms and to our staff. As we move into our conversation for considered agenda, the first item, of course, we know we had snow and a lot of cold weather. So that's to adopt a resolution regarding school closure and reopening due to inclement weather or ice and snow on January 21st, 22nd. In front of you, you should have something that looks like this while Dr. Wright makes his way up to the podium. I asked that he go ahead and go over, and it's really a good review for those of you that have been on the board, but definitely for our new board members who may not be as familiar with the many contracts that we have in education. Dr. Wright's going to, again, with brevity, go through these contracts so that you understand that we are looking at all of the different positions that are listed there. I won't read them for you, but you can see all the positions. You will continue to see a cycle as we go through this and approve contracts for the next year. So Dr. Wright.
Ma'am. Dr. Z, Dr. Pratt, and members of the board. I got the shortest part tonight of my colleagues up here. So this is just a contract recommendation guideline just for certainly our new board members and existing board members, just to see kind of as Dr. Z mentioned, the progression of some of our contracts. Some term contracts, obviously that's a fixed duration, that's a time frame with that term, 1 year or multi-year. And then probationary contracts for those who are new to the district, or maybe they've been in the district or another district and come here and after like a 2-year break or something like that. So you can see there on the bottom, that's kind of the key, kind of the coding for some of the different type of probationary contracts and how teachers progress through that. And then dual contracts for those like myself. When I was teaching at Tomball High, I was a social studies teacher and a swimming coach. And so I was on a dual contract. I was a teacher and a coach. So that dual assignment, we have many employees like that on a dual assignment contract. You have 1-year terms and multi-year terms. If you see some that are certified or it says non-certified, some positions require certain certification while other positions do not require a certain type of certification, so that would be a non-certified contract. And then sometimes we have contracts where maybe a multi-year is being extended but not renewed in the middle of it, and it might just take no action, so it just continues to roll, but it doesn't cut off in the middle of that. So you see the coding at the bottom there, and then on the top you see some just kind of how the progression of the probationary up to the 1-year term contracts kind of flow like that. And I'll be happy to take any questions.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Wright. The next two items continue with the social media lawsuit that we've discussed, perhaps joining and being a part of, as some of our neighbors have. A consideration and adoption of a resolution approving the contingent fee legal services contract, including findings needed for submission of contingent fee legal services agreement and request for expedited review by the Texas Attorney General. The next one is also required for this social media lawsuit, and that's consideration and adoption of contingent fee legal services agreement with those firms that are listed. Again, looking at becoming a part of that after the discussion that we've had in the past.
So Martha, I read over it. I think I understand both of those, but just maybe get Holly's take as well. But it's my understanding, based on these two documents, that if we do not receive any type of award or damages, we, the district, are not liable for any expenses whatsoever.
Correct.
Nothing, nada.
That is correct.
The only way that we would be having to pay anything would be out of some type of award or judgment, settlement,
That
whatever.
is correct. So there's really no harm in trying. In the event that we do get dollars, then of course there would be some payment to those that are assisting us and other districts. We had a follow-up conversation with David Thompson and felt quite confident that there could likely be some dollars going towards the districts that are moving forward with this lawsuit.
And do we have any more clarity on how the state of Texas, how them being involved, or if they do get involved, how that may affect our part of the litigation? I mean, if the state of Texas decides to get involved, on behalf of school districts, does that negate our own standing? Do we get consumed into their, no?
So when you say the state of Texas, do you mean like the Texas Education Agency or?
Probably the AG, but I don't know who would.
So there are 3 different types of multi-district litigation that are under that social media litigation umbrella. One is like for individuals, the second one is for school districts, and the third one is for state attorney generals. And so if our attorney general decides to get involved in that litigation, then he would join that third piece of the multi-district litigation.
Okay.
And it wouldn't affect because we're separate.
The dollars that we would receive.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is to adopt early childhood literacy, mathematics, and CCMR goals, and that's just as you saw outlined from the annual performance report that Mr. White just covered. Of course, we do this every year. Item F is to approve the order calling school building bond election.
Okay, so let's talk through that.
Okay.
So we've been through the experience of understanding what the Facility Study Committee recommended. We then asked the superintendent and team to pare that down. We had a special meeting on February last week.
Yes, Monday.
Right? What's that?
The 3rd.
3rd, thank you, February 3rd. And we had a deep dive on the elements that are being recommended now, with the total being $429 million, 95,000. And so now is our time to gain some sort of consensus on what the propositions would include. If a motion were made tomorrow evening for the order calling school building bond election. So I'm just going to guide us through each proposition, and now is kind of our time to discuss those and discuss any reaction. As it relates to tomorrow evening, if a motion is made to call the school building bond election, and it's seconded, and then we put it to a vote, and if there are any amendments, I'd really prefer that kind of discussion to happen here this evening as it relates to any concerns. Any motions made tomorrow evening will be done at the general proposition or the special proposition level. It would not include specific line items like we are talking about here on the proposition A, B, C, D, or E. And so, with that, proposition A, a reaction to the items that are there and any movement, because I'd like to have a consensus to know what potentially a motion would be made on tomorrow night. Any comments? Proposition A. Okay. Oh, okay. We got lights coming on. Let's go, Jennifer.
Looking at the ranking, and I should have asked this when they were here, was the committee just asked to rank the list of items, or were they ever given an opportunity to vote up, down? Like, would you vote up, down on this item, or was the ask just rank these items?
They were just asked to rank the items.
Well, but didn't they develop them first?
Right.
So they wouldn't have, if they were downs, they wouldn't have got there.
They weren't
Right,
given
exactly.
a list, informed about these items of the list, and then asked to rank them. They actually came up with the list?
It's Stephen, but.
It was a collaborative process, sharing all the information, as I mentioned, a little bit more direct with this process as opposed to facility study. And so there were some replacement cycle infrastructure critical elements that needed to be replaced. So those were a little bit more direct. But the committee was asked to prioritize, and all along had opportunities to ask clarifying questions or through their commentary, sort of this idea of up-down share, that they didn't support it or not. So there were opportunities for committee members to share their support or opposition of the propositions that were presented before you.
Any other questions?
Tina, I see your light is on.
I don't really have any questions.
No questions? Okay. Okay, so
My concern is just, I worry, I want this to pass. There's so many things in here that we need, and I do worry about hurting our chances of it passing by having, if it's too much, if the dollar, and I don't know what that dollar amount is, but I know I was surprised, to be honest, I was surprised. In 2021, I don't remember any marketing of voting no on the, and I don't remember any effort whatsoever, vote no on the bond, or seeing any signs like that or anything on social media. And when the parts failed, I was shocked. And I just wonder if we could cut, the bottom few things that were ranked on this list significantly lower, if that would help our chances of passing, if we just cut a few things that ranked the lowest.
You're talking about within the bond, within the proposition?
Within A.
Oh, okay.
And so when I
don't
look
think
at that, of course, this is a board decision. I don't have a vote in this. But what I will tell you as a superintendent is I've always felt, having passed multiple bonds in multiple districts in my multiple years, I've always felt like ultimately a board is elected to look at all this information, make the best educated decision that you can as individuals, and then, in this case, put it forward to the community so that they vote. And if they choose to vote for it, then that's wonderful, and we move forward with that. And if they choose not to, then they have spoken. But ultimately, we've given them, the individuals that have elected you, to make that decision for our community.
okay, so thank you for that, Dr. Z. So are you suggesting a cut line? And what is that? And let's get it on the table. I'm trying to facilitate, right?
Well, I'm for all of it, all four, and I don't think we're going to have a problem passing any of it. I think our parents, I've talked to multiple parents on all sides of the district, and they see the needs for our aging facility. They see the needs for the multi-vent facilities. They see the deterioration of our tracks, and for the safety of our students. I mean, the junior high fields are atrocious, and huge potholes that, it's a wonder kids haven't broken an ankle or a leg playing on them. And I think we have, I know my subdivision is all for this across the board. So I don't think we're going to have as big as.
Okay, so Tina, your view right now is?
As is.
As
Let's
is,
go for the
okay.
whole
So
shebang.
I have two different sides. Help me out, others.
I have something, Dr. Pratt. Oh, go ahead, Coco.
No, I would just say, let's, if we push it to the community and allow the community to make the decision, because if they're for it, then they'll vote for it. But if they're against it, then we'll know by the vote. I don't think we should try to cut anything, but allow the community to go forth.
Yeah, I have read the emails that have come through and reread them and gone on walks around my neighborhood, and people stop and ask questions about the bond. And you have people that are against it, and you have people that can't imagine how their band student will ever practice again if we don't have these multi-use facilities. And so I just think the only way to do it is to push it out. And I don't know where the cut line is. I don't know where a cut line would be, because for me, I don't know everyone that was on the committee, but just by chance I ran into a lady that was on the committee, and she said, we need all of these things. I didn't get the feedback that there was, this got ranked low, but we didn't really want it on there. Does that make sense? I think that they felt like they ranked them high to low, but they felt like there were needs for all of them. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess in the general purpose on Prop A, I think what I've heard from the committee members, whether it be in their presentations or in the materials that were provided, their focus really is, as Stephen was saying, it's on making our facility, to the extent our facilities are not similar throughout the district, as close as possible, given the age of the actual buildings. They want them to be on par. And so there's a lot of the money in here that is bringing the facilities up to par, and being parity, I guess you could say, across the district. So, and that resonated. It's coming from all different directions when you talk to the committee.
The community, I believe John has been screaming for that for
Yeah,
years.
I think you're right. I think the committee definitely did a good job of capturing what the community is wanting. And when you're in a fast growth district, sometimes it's hard. You're having to look forward and deal with that growth component. And we've been able to go back and touch facilities and bring them up. But sometimes it's hard. This is a good kind of step back because we don't have the need for a bunch of new facilities, new campuses. We've got the ability to say, okay, let's look at this a little bit more strategically. We can repurpose this facility and build a new one so that we have longevity in a new facility that's for a lot of students, TIS. And at the same time, we do need the land acquisition and the site development to be ready with Elementary 13. But I think, I fully support not doing Elementary 13 at this time, just getting the land and the site development. So I think it's hard to go through here and try to identify items that ought to come off, because there's so much of it that is helping to just bring things up to the same, to a parity level, and to provide to the extent we can for that future growth. So I'm supportive of the general purpose in its totality. Technology, athletic upgrades, multi-purpose activity centers. So technology and the athletic upgrades, I think everything in there is important. I do struggle with, how are the voters going to look at the athletic upgrades? 2.8 million, it's not a large amount relative to the total amount of the bond. So I think that, but again, it's up to the community to decide. We get to Prop D, and we had the same discussion back with Bond 2021. What does the community want? I think we need to, it appears we have determined what is an acceptable amount to spend on facilities so that it's at the standard that we need and of the quality that will allow us to keep it in good shape in the future, so it'll last 40 years, 50 years or more. So bottom line is, it's whether the community wants it or not, and they'll speak. And so I think, there's a lot of people that want it. It was the number one priority coming out of the committee. So I think, putting that out there for the voters to decide is, in my opinion, it's the right thing to do. So the other big thing is we have, on a very conservative level, made sure that the amount of this bond, if passed in its totality, will not affect the tax rate. So that, to me, is extremely important. Zach mentioned it. Ever since I've been on this board, the tax rate has either stayed the same or we've reduced it. And that includes passing 4 bonds. So that, to me, is extremely important. As a trustee on this board, representing the voters in this district, is to make sure that we're doing the most we can for our students in a fiscally responsible manner, and that includes dealing with the tax rate and making sure that we do not overburden ourselves. And I go back to what I said before. I am very appreciative of Zach and his team, and to his predecessor, to make sure that we are not playing fast and loose with the bond or with the debt structure. We manage it. We manage it from the beginning. If something lasts 5 years, then that's what the bonds allocated for that are going to be. Even though we have the ability to go out 40 years, we don't. We go out 25. And then we're looking at that the entire time in the middle, and we've saved the taxpayers over, well, close to $100 million in interest by doing rebate or refunding and by doing the defeasance. And so that's important, that it's not just something static. We don't just, most of us, when we buy a house, we buy a car, if we put it on time, if we're paying for it over time, you set it and you go. Maybe there's some refunding on a mortgage, but even that, you get into the area, oh, well, I've got to pay $5,000 to refinance, and so people don't do it. But in this case, we actively manage that debt, and that's to the benefit of our taxpayers. So based on historically how we manage our debt, knowing that we've been conservative in looking at growth and what the tax rate would be if we were able to pass this whole thing in the totality, I feel very comfortable. And so, yeah, I'm good with the whole package as is.
So I know if John talked long enough, he would cover almost every aspect of what we needed to cover, and it's probably none of us need to say anything else. However, I will point out that the original ask was $530 million.
Yes, sir.
And the board asked the district to pare that down to $430 million, which would be our maximum amount that we could go forward with and not have a tax increase.
Yes, sir.
Which is the most important thing to probably everybody on the board, is not to have a tax increase. I think that the items that are there, after you've pared them down, I agree, the elementary, we don't need that at this point. And I think going forward, the items that are remaining are items that I think the district definitely needs in some aspect or another. I know that we're always, not as much recently, but there was a time when we replaced roofs almost every
I've
year,
heard.
it seemed like. And so those things, infrastructure stuff is very critical. And if we don't maintain what we have, then at some point we're going to be in a world of hurt, and it's going to be that much more expensive to do it. So I think that the smartest people here are the voters, and we let them have their choice to make. Our responsibility at this point, now that we've gotten to a point where we're not going to raise taxes, is to provide them with the options and to call the bond. We're either going to do it or we're not. And after that, then I trust the voters to make the right decision.
Sir.
Okay, so my thoughts. When Dr. Z shared with me that it might be time to look at a facility study committee, I said, no way, no way. But as I have come to understand what the items are that the bond study committee and what was presented here tonight, I see a need. But here's where I am probably tending toward supporting this, and the focus on addressing existing facilities, the programs and the departments. When I listened tonight, and I listened intently, and I've really tried to understand all of these items, I couldn't come up with something that says, man, that doesn't feel right, that feels excessive, that feels out of whack. I just couldn't come up with it. As much as I was trying hard, very hard, to scrutinize what was being presented. Bothers me greatly that Tomball Intermediate is 60 years old, and we're dealing with, something that's well past the end of its useful life. It's beautiful, right there on Main Street, but it's not supporting, what we need. That one hurts me greatly to see that we need to do something different there. The cost of inflation. When I think about that multi-program activity center, when it was on bond 2021, probably not going to get this right, but it was $54 million. $54 million 4 years ago is now, I'm going to round up and call it $77 million. So $54 million is now $77 million. Inflation's not helping us right now. Here's where I get some faith. In my participation on this board, Bond 2013, Bond 2017, Bond 2021, when Jim Ross and Zach Bowles run the model, and they have indicated that there would be no tax increase for that which was on the bond call, for that which the community approved, there was no tax rate increase. I have to place faith in seeing this 3 times before. While it was not on the board, it was the same modeling in 2007. So this district with Jim Ross and Zach Bowles have a history of 4 bonds where there is no tax rate increase. While I have not dug through the financial model myself personally, I understand the assumptions, and they're solid. I believe that based on what the assumptions are, there is no way I could support Bond 2025 proposal if there was any talk of a tax rate increase. And we've got a history that says we don't have a tax rate increase. So that's where I get some faith here. When I have participated in the discussions and see the activities of our finance department going out into the market, calling bonds early, saving our taxpayers millions of dollars rather, by calling bonds early and managing those to that average of 15 years, that gives me confidence. I have seen in the track record where if a useful life of an item is 3 years, 5 years, we're only taking those bonds out for 3 years, 5 years. We're not financing a technology product for 25 years or 15 years. That gives me some confidence. There's a track record there. I am concerned about parity across the district. The comments that John made, Mark made. There's a difference when you walk into Tomball Intermediate, different than Oakcrest Intermediate. There's a big difference between Tomball Intermediate and Oakcrest Intermediate. Fully support we don't have the growth to support putting an elementary number 13 on the bond call, so I'm not in support of that. I'm glad it's not on the list anymore. As it relates to timing, there is some legislation that's being discussed that would require, I think it's two-thirds of the community support to pass a bond. You know what? Our track record's pretty good. We got over 70% at the last election, but it's getting harder. And then there's the local control part, right? These needs are here. If we wait till November, if we wait a year from now, the facility infrastructure replacements, the fleet additions, the growth that's going on at the special services, the CTE, the pre-K, none of that's going away. It's here. And so my question is, if not now, then November, a year from, it doesn't make any sense, right? If we're going to do this, and then you've got the inflation, to your point, Mark. I'm seriously, I looked at where things could be cut. I can't in good faith come up with something that says let's cut that without letting our community decide. And so my view is to put this forth as is.
comment on the potential legislation. I really do not think that will pass.
Okay.
I have no fear of that. I mean, the way the drama in the House and everything, I really don't think that will pass. It's a
yeah.
possibility.
It is. Local control, like,
Yeah.
it's like, seriously, you just, like, one more thing, and I just don't want to let that happen, right? I would have a high degree of regret if we waited and that law passed and we didn't, and we had a choice to do something about it. That's where my heart is.
It sounds like there's not an appetite from anyone to cut anything. I would have just simply suggested the bottom couple of things from the committee. The bottom three things were ranked far lower. I mean, far, far lower on this. And that's people who were probably from the get-go biased towards having a bond.
So on that, let's talk through that. So on that, how are they not already in the first 100 million that was reduced? So this went from 530 to 430. Were they in the 100 million that was cut?
No.
The items you're looking at? No? Okay.
It's just the ranking, and if you add up the items, it would take us just below, instead of 430, it would be just a little bit below 400. And to me, that's a number that starts with a 3. It doesn't pop as much as the number that starts with a 4.
Yeah.
And that's something that could get me there, combined with everything else. But regardless, it's the Connections Academy renovation, which is the esports repurposing of the Kiefer Street, and that's $2 million. The STEM lab in the libraries, that's $2.5 million, and then the early excellence is $35 million. It ranked so much lower than everything else, and like I said, I feel that the committee was probably already pro bond anyway.
The elementary schools, the older ones like TES, Decker Prairie, all the older elementary schools, they don't have a STEM lab in there, and the parents absolutely want that, and they want their libraries to match the newer schools. I mean, they've been screaming for renovations to the libraries. The Connection Academy, it adds several CTE programs that students have been screaming for because of the popularity of gaming and the other one, I can't think of what it was we were going to add, but it goes to the technology type of things that our kids are attracted to that are actually high-paying potential jobs in the future. And the things with, this is off point, but with Zach saying if we pass it in May, if the voters choose to pass it in May, like Zach said, there's projects that the kids can't be in the buildings. We can start those and do them over the summer versus delaying them even further out, which I think is extremely important and safe. And I don't know what the other one you had suggested to cut.
I think it was EEA. And for clarity, I don't think that we fully covered the legal requirements because we knew EEA was something that we had to do because of student numbers. But good points.
So Jennifer, the $2 million for Connections Academy and Renovation and the $2.5 million for the other item, call it $5.5 million. The Early Excellence Academy South, I don't know how we get around that one. By law, we have to educate these kiddos. I don't know how we would strike that one.
Well, but I think it's even a little more complicated than that, right? Because we currently have capacity at 6 schools that is being utilized for the program. So you would, if you move that away, you would free up additional space in those schools for additional capacity in the future, for elementary age. But in addition to that, the current facilities at least some of those 6 campuses is not to spec, right? It's not within the right distance to bathrooms. It's not the right spec for pre-K classes.
Correct.
So in order to satisfy TEA's requirements, we would have to do renovations of those spaces to bring it to the level. Plus, we may put ourselves in a situation where we would overcrowd our elementaries thus having to either redo boundaries and/or build yet another elementary there in that area to satisfy, and it probably wouldn't support a full elementary. But I think there's a domino effect there. And again, for the parity across the district, I think the EEA South is an important component. That's the way I feel about it, so.
Okay, I'm hearing consensus at this point to move forward with the items that are on Prop A. Prop B, same discussion. Anything anyone wants to highlight there? Okay, Prop C. Okay, multi-program activity center, Prop D.
The only thing I would say on that one is, I think I asked Zach or Stephen, asked for a little bit more information.
Yes.
I mean, if you came back and told me that the bubble is, will only last a fifth of the time, but it's 1/10 of the cost, then I might say, ooh, I might want to put that out there, or at least have a discussion around that. If that's not the case, if there's not a savings there, even when you factor in the longevity, then I'm fine with the way it is.
We'll have that information for you as soon as our experts are able to get that to us.
I need an assurance. I didn't ask it then, but I'll ask now. These are bare bones multi-program activity centers. There's nothing extraordinary from a facade or
Correct.
industrial design, or we're putting mega air conditionings when we can just do regular air conditioning. Like, this is practical
It would
use
be metal
of,
with brick, a little bit of brick, just for the look,
Okay.
aesthetics, but nothing extraordinary and not inclusive of classrooms or some of the others that we've seen.
just meeting the requirement, the minimum requirement to deliver curriculum instruction and assessment, or to satisfy the safety and protection that Stephen talked about.
Yes, sir.
We're not doing something glamorous on any of the designs at this point, and we're paying for it in the 76.7.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We had a lot of discussion about that and saw some that were above and beyond, which are wonderful, but not something we thought our community may want. This is for really safety, a safe, clean, large enough facility, and parity throughout the district for all three comprehensive high schools.
Okay. If there's anything that's got bells and whistles to it, we got to pull it. We got to reduce it.
Yeah, those were pulled from the initial conversations.
Okay.
We looked at many, even toured some of you toured, if you remember, several years back as well.
I'm just concerned it won't pass, and it could hurt, because the large total number is so big, it could hurt the possibility of A passing. It could bring out more people to come out and vote no, because it could be seen as an extravagance. And, you guys talked about let the voters decide, and that's fair and everything, but 3 years ago, they did say no to this. And so.
But we've had change in circumstance, right? We've now have UIL regulations that limit the amount of outside activity that can occur. So maybe there's 500 people that would go the other way now.
And continued extreme weather. The 500-year, the 100-year, the craziness of this weather.
Both of your band booster clubs and both of your athletic booster clubs at both high schools are 100% on board for D, and where they didn't get out and support it in 2021, they're ready to get out and support it in 2025. And that will be a key factor to passing Prop D.
Right, understanding that this would be owned by all. This is for utilization for all.
I mean, your ROTC, everyone, I've
Visited with a color guard parent recently, and
ROTC parents, and they're all.
It's got to be.
they're excited, actually.
All those entities have to utilize that facility.
Yes, and go out and vote. And I believe
Okay,
they will.
so Dr. Z, that's item F. Let's
G
move
and
on.
G and H are both very similar. That is to enter into a joint election agreement, one with Montgomery, one with Harris County for a bond election. And then the final item is unfortunately an additional render of finding under the Texas Administrative Code that good cause did not exist. This particular individual, Mary Gunderson, basically did stop coming to her employment, and she did not provide adequate information despite multiple requests.
Hey, Martha, can I take you back for a minute?
Yes, sir. To the bond?
Unless,
To the-
was there anything more on that item,
That-
Michael?
You want to
That
go back to
completes
what, John?
Which
F?
item?
What do you want to go back to?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what number it is. Anyways, it's the goals, CCMR
E?
goals.
E?
Yes, thank you.
It's okay.
So the goal numbers in here are different numbers than what we look at when we look at our performance. And I'm thinking that's because it's meets or above versus approaches and above. Okay, so I guess my first question is on, are we starting, when we're starting, 2024 that's the first year of this goal. But we have data for 2023. So I guess I'm wondering, what did we step up to from 2023 data to 2024? Or is 2024 solid number?
So that first cycle did end with the 23-24 school year. As we were building up the next 5-year cycles, we did use, as you noticed, the 2024 results as our benchmark. That was our baseline results. All districts right now are in a little bit of a question mark when it comes to with the accountability reset and the STAR. And so what we did decide to do was take the bench, where were we with all the populations in 2024, and just judiciously just say, right now let's add 1 point every year moving forward for each population wherever they started at. As we get some more information, since we're attaching those plans, if you notice, my recommendation was to also attach that, adopt a plan to our annual improvement plans.
Right.
Then every year, we're going to have a chance to revisit those goals, and if there's something that we would want to adjust inside of those goals that makes more sense, we would be able to bring those goals at the time you guys are adopting the DIP and CIP goals. That way, we can just wrap all of our goal setting together. But you're absolutely right. Those were benchmarked to 2024.
Okay, and they're meets and above as opposed to what we see.
For early childhood and math, yes, and the CCMR doesn't have a particular meets.
Okay. Yeah, so there's a disconnect, right, between this and, say, your goals.
Correct.
And so I like what Mark's saying, trying to weave these together with the district improvement plan and campus improvement plans, but there's still kind of a disconnect. So I don't want to lose focus of these goals being out there either.
That's why we were trying to avoid having another plan, because we already have to have a different set of goals. So we just said, let's make sure that we may have, stick to the plans that we know are working, as we saw today, but we'll have to manage the goals annually as we get more data.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. That concludes the information for tomorrow's meeting. I'll pass it back over to our president, Dr. Pratt.
Thank you very much. Okay, there is no closed session tonight. We'll now proceed with any board comments. Do I have any board members that have any comments at this time? Be sure to make sure that it's in compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. Thank you, Mark. To you.
So I would just like to thank Zach. Very thorough presentation, a lot of good data.